Hello,
Hello.
everyone, and welcome to Deadlock Core number 3. Whoa, we are on the air, on the airwaves, on the dead air, actually live air. So yeah, welcome back to Dead Air. And we are joined by Jacky and Blank. Hello, boys.
Hello, Dan. Yes, we're back. More exciting scenes here today. Deadlock Core 3. This time we do it European style.
The best of EU. Are you hyped, Blank?
I'm ready for it, dude. This is it's a big tournament. There's a lot of players. It's kind of a crazy one. I think that we've seen a lot of tournaments recently with like 3 to 4 teams. This was a big one. It's a big one. So we've got some games playing simultaneously here as well because we do have so many squads. But we get to watch a lot of it today, which is really, really nice.
For sure, and we'll jump into the first game very shortly. It is a huge jump, though, in the prize pool from the previous event. The previous one was $300. Now, I reckon it's $510.
You
Is
reckon?
that right, Jack? I reckon.
You reckon correct.
I do reckon. I'm reckoning. Yeah? I'm correct?
Yeah, well, it will be a
Nice.
reckoning for whoever can walk away with the lion's share. The 510 big buckaroonies, as the technical term is, I believe.
Yeah, buckaroos. That's right. The buckaroo.
Sure.
I think I did a whopperoony in one of the videos as well.
A whop.
Yeah.
I haven't heard that one yet. Interesting enough. All right. Well, are we ready to get into the first game, or should we chat a little longer? What's the deal?
I think we can get the ball rolling. We can get towards that
All right,
position.
cool.
We'll get into it. We'll give context of what's going on, where we
Yeah.
are on the fly. We'll get everyone up to speed as the games go on, not to delay them any further.
So I'll
Yeah.
let you guys get on the way with that. Please enjoy Deadlock Core number 3, brought to you by Dead Air.
Well, it's only the one scene today, so we have to stay here
Oh.
anyway. So it's like when you're
Oh,
at
that
a
was
shop.
really awkward.
Yeah, it's like when you're at a shop and you say
Great.
goodbye
Oh my
to someone,
gosh.
but then you can't walk away. There's nowhere for them to go.
We're walking the
you
same
know?
direction.
We're,
That's
we're all going to
oh,
walk to
lovely.
the checkout together.
You're going this way too?
Yeah, you have to stay with us. All right, we're not leaving you in the store, right? We're not
All
sending you
right, all
towards the
right. You know
breakfast
what? I'll do
aisle.
some extra legwork today. It's fine. I'll come along for the ride. So what are we
Yeah,
up
you
to,
can
Jacky?
do.
Get us up to speed.
We're waiting for the game. The game looks like it's getting ready, so that's
Sure, let's talk
you
about
know,
then
that's how
who
that
is
goes.
playing, to be fair. Who are we looking up against in this matchup?
Yeah, we got Edge taking on the underdog, stylized as
Dogs.
dogs.
Yeah, the dogs. I'm
Yeah,
ready
it
for the
looks
dogs.
like the underdogs are made up of 3 UK players, it seems like, which is interesting. That'll be fun.
Yeah, the UK massive doing well in Deadlock.
UK
There's
represent.
representation all over the place. It's always fun to see.
Maybe they should change their names to The Reckoning if they manage to win.
I
That'd be
reckoning.
Straight
Reckoning.
Yeah, it's just cool to be honest because on Buff and Joys we do have 2 UK players there as well in Zergy and Listic, which is nice, you know.
Yeah.
We got some endemic talent over there, playing up to the best of their abilities, which is cool. It's so nice to see UK talent in the scene. It's dead everywhere else.
No, it's true. It's true.
Yeah.
Deadlock, the one esport where we actually have UK players that are thriving. Very popular.
Yeah.
It looks like we're actually almost ready to kick this one off. Dan.
Oh, have fun. Okay. Well, I'll let
Yeah.
you guys get to it and enjoy the underdogs versus Edge.
Let's get into it. Let's get into it, shall we? Let's jump directly in because we do right now a little pause, a small pause on side. But yeah, Shiv, we got Viscous, Lady Geist, Seven, Paradox, and Talon. Interesting comp. This is Abrams, Hayes, Pocket, Ivy, Mirage, as well as Yamato. A lot of front line over on that side. Jacky.
There is indeed. There is indeed. Well, we'll draw the lines for where you are today. Welcome. This is going to be your secondary stream. Bit of a hybrid setup here, working with Moot Monthly and Deadlock Core as we check out how things are going to go down in the first European Deadlock Core tournament. That's core number 3 for those of you that have been paying attention. First matchup on our screens here. Bit of brawling going on with the Viscous throwing out the punches.
Yeah, already baiting out parries. We're like 47 seconds into the game. Unfortunately, Yamato does hurt. She hurts a lot. As soon as you start grabbing high velocity magazine as well, headshot booster, I'd struggle versus Yamato's in lane sometimes. It is painful to deal with because it really does build up a little bit. But instantly, there it is. Aura versus Viscous. We'll be finding the first blood of the match, and honestly, giving first blood to Yamato is super rough, especially with that additional amount of souls you'll get from first blood. She gets ahead massively.
Yeah, nice lead, get you started in lane. Live your movie down in the streets of the Cursed Apple. Bit of poke back at least onto the Ivy. Grey Talent trying to control the situation in lane, not let it get out of hand. Early farms looking pretty good. Edge coming out on top, 5k in the back pocket. Buy yourself a nice watch with that, potentially a crate of the rosé. Kick back, enjoy the rest of the day.
Oh, I know you spoke a little bit of le français there. Oh, tickling my earbuds.
I mean, with rosé, it'd be more, you know. Gotta have a bit of that rosé, mate. It's just a bloke.
Yeah, it's just a lad.
Yeah, no culture.
That's mean. Can't say that. Lad's got a lot of culture. This is rough right now for this lane, by the way. I think it's kind of it's a tough thing to happen to you as well, where you get a Ivy as well as a Yamato ahead early, especially if you're playing Viscous Talon, because typically this is a massive bully lane, right? I would say is Talon and Viscous, but you've given Yamato that lead and she can get a little bit out of control, so not only deny the lane that looks like it really should be the one that pummels. Yeah, that's a problem at the moment. So the edge starting off with a little bit of an edge.
Slightly honed edge. You can always make it sharper, but at the minute looking pretty good. Whetstone being the souls you're farming up. 9 to 8k split. Shiv on the peel back, looking to get out and stay alive. Now, there is a bit of a complication, which of course is the minimap. It's gone a bit absent, you can see in terms of the player icons. So we'll keep you up to speed to what lanes everyone's in. It's more like a mystery bag. Farming happening though. Ooh, could be a bit of a nightmare. Close to taking him down. The Viscous barely gets away. Skin of his teeth on that one. Skin of his goo, I suppose.
Skin of the goo. That's a bit gross, isn't it? Yeah, it's a struggle as well, because you can see right now Talon as well as Viscous trying to get ahead as possible, which is fair enough. You want to try and get those camps done. You're not getting the speed boost on the zip line until much later, so it's actually really rough for the Viscous. He has had to go back here and just slowly make his way back to lane, but that will mean that 1.6k is not going anywhere anytime fast yet. Yamato's already up to 2.7k, almost an ult. So I think it's a smart choice from Viscous, because you don't go back. She hits 3k. That's an easy dive for her.
So 3k souls ahead. Quick timer count as well. This is barely elapsing the 4-minute mark, so it's going well in lane. Have a good time walking around. And all in all, mate, for Edge, it's probably a nice start. Goes a bit further as well with Crow and the ship being spotted. Open up opportunity to find some farm.
It's kind of crazy, because these are the two lanes you really wanted to win for Edge as well. You know, take out the Shiv as well as put a shutdown to the Talon Viscous lane. That's really nice. Again, Abram's probably the best character to send up against the Shiv as well. Heavy poke denied a lot by that regeneration on his 3. Looks like he is putting a couple of points into that early from Obscure. So yeah, it's good. It's very, very good. Melee Leister as well. Thank you, ZJL. I didn't see that one. So even more sustained in lane. Kind of crazy.
Looking for the kinetic carbine over the top. Ooh, shoulder charge. Straight into the face of Shiv. It's all getting a bit problematic. Nades thrown out as well from the Paradox to clap them back. Doing a bit of late night shopping, are we? Dive straight through the veil. Abrams continuing the harass. Yeah.
I think you would be a bit careful with Shiv, because I think the nerf that came through was essentially his rage decays a little bit quicker, right? It's still a problem. Nice parry, though.
Oh, that's beautiful, mate. Hell in a Cell, though, does it again. It's the follow-up parry. The second parry is always the most lethal. Crow slapped in the face by Obscure. It turns out to be a 1-for-1 trade, but a hell of a scrap. Even the clutch in the end from the Yamato. Oof. All right, Aura, good vibes.
I like that Cola just kind of sat there and took it. In fact, both of them did. They were just keen on punch-on-punch matchup.
Wanted a brawl, mate.
Yeah, you can just see how strong right now the Abrams is getting, though. Obscure getting ahead a little bit. 3.8k, though, for the Shiv. Does get himself a little bit into the lane. And the Talon's caught up. 4.2k to the 4.4 from Yamato, which is very, very good news. In the meantime, with a lot of this pressure that's been made and a lot of space around the map, it does mean this can happen. You know, your Haze can just take a chill pill, essentially. Get farmed up. Look to start building into a ricochet towards that mid game. Well, it depends how Lolly wants to approach it.
At the minute, it's just the old school adage. Just farm, farm, farm. All you got to do. It's the dream scenario. That's kind of what all the Haze main streamers do. You know, when you have a really good night of REM sleep, it's just you farming.
The jungle.
Yeah.
It's all mine.
Uncontested camps on the regular. You've logged in for the 2x double souls XP event for Halloween.
That's awesome. That's how you want it to be. Shoulder charge possible instantly with the soul exchange, but a massive amount of damage, and Abrams doesn't really care about it. He's going to get that HP back nice and pronto. So a good gank that comes through. Attempted to go for this play, already using the parry early. Bit unfortunate. Maybe the slam could have come through there, but it's not meant to be. Hello.
It does open opportunity for Crow to go back in and get revenge at least. Overly audacious from the Abrams.
Yeah, I'd say so. I'd say so.
And this has really kicked off a bit of a clash between them. I'm loving these parries at the minute, keeping it close, dancing with death over towards Greenwich. Shadow Form's got to come out, cleave your way through all the creep pushed up towards the tower.
Yeah, it's sort of an unfortunate scenario where the Shadow Transformation has to be used there, not to really get anything done, but more as a escape tool. Luckily, cooldown's not too mega long on it, so it should be okay. But there is an equalize here, and the equalize goes over to probably the worst target, right, over on the Shiv at 7k now. Not a character you want to see get fed. And this is the annoying thing about Shiv, right? Losing lane, you know, doesn't have a good time either. Nice! Owl. Opens up a beautiful pick over towards the Haze. But yeah, for Shiv, it doesn't really matter at the moment. It's hard to keep a Shiv down. Let's put it that way.
Always gets back up. Unlike a turtle, once he's on his back, he's stuck there, mate. Rolling side to side. Shiv, of course, no shell. That's how you differentiate them if you're ever in the wild.
Like a lizard.
A little bit reptilian.
Evil lizards, yeah.
Ooh, this is a bit of a nice reptile gameplay, mate. That's a strike from the back line. Lick them up, pull themselves in. A hell of a cleanup there, actually.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Geist.
It's a good play as well. I really like this one because I think that it's something quite a few people don't really buy into, is that Geist's main self-sustain tool versus ganks like that is soul exchange, right? But it has such a long cooldown. People don't realize that it's sort of akin to a Dynamo Singularity in the early game. So if you can get multiple ganks onto her after she used it, because she did use it earlier versus the Abrams, it's a good idea. So big fan of that. Big fan of that. I think Yamato's done for. Owl's incoming. Need the Dukes.
They've been introduced to the animal advisor. It's not one of those camps you can go to where they have the little animals, you know, that they've had to retire from living in the wild due to something that's gone wrong. But they teach you about nature. That's what that annoying owl does. Teaches you about the life cycle. Hold on closer though. Early game, I mean, Edge looked like they kind of had this one in the bag. They're bullying. They were looking like they were getting full of confidence. Getting a bit of a game out of this here. This is nearly 10 minutes. The first Guardian that actually fell was all the way over in York. Talk of the devil though. Greenwich, you get one back. So a little bit of a trade at least in the objectives early.
Yeah, I think that honestly what happened, and you're completely right, it was a case of a bit of that confidence, and it got to a point where it was maybe overconfidence, as now we're seeing 2 kills coming through from the underdogs. Back at it again. And I think that you try and extend, they try to extend that lead because they're trying to extend it versus the Paradox, the Talon, the Shiv. They don't want them to get ahead, but a lot of those ganks just go a little bit awry. Obscure at least finds Cola, which will be decent, but he is one of the lowest net worth players. There's the soul exchange instantly into the Shadow Transformation. Should be a kill. Blocks the Owl as well, so the 360 hype beat's not doing too much here.
There's Crow though, creeping back up into the kill feed once again as the Shiv continues. Not enough stock from the Grey Talon overall. You get the one cheeky play out, but it's a 1 for 3 in terms of the respawn with muddy timings as well. Lane's getting pushed out off the back of it with both Park and York suffering a lot of damage. Abrams keeping the heat on 7.
Yeah, we're still waiting for that third Guardian to get taken down for that flex slot though, but as soon as Obscure sends in over the cheeky play, parry into just punching it, immediately Shiv's in play. Don't go for the cheese on the ultimate though. Won't go too far, but at least escapes off the back of that. But it is Ivy going down off in the distance versus the Geist. And, you know, kind of a terrifying team once you get towards that late game. I mean, they have a little bit of that front line in the Viscous, and he can play almost a lot of that front line just with ult alone.
Shoulder charge straight into the damage back on the slide. There's the stun. Response is good though, and it's the engage from Pocket that finishes things. Raf instantly taken out of commission. I'm going to be grabbing a Viscous as well. Kola looking to pull off the rotate on that one.
Picked up the urn. Looking to deliver that. I got into ult form as well there. Drop the goo ball. Get the speed up. We are going blind minimap today. Jacky mentioned it earlier, but seems like a little bug. We'll hopefully have fixed in the future. But yeah, not much they can do about that. Even the cube used to deny any kind of pressure onto Kola. 3 kill streak though for the Abrams, and he is starting to get a little bit fat here. 13k already.
Yeah, and Sparks are beginning to fly a whole lot more now. A lot more calm and collective throughout the first sort of 10 minutes of the game. Nothing too overly indulging. Now Guardian's starting to go down. Abrams looking for the farm as well. Pushing out that first wave. And still a slight edge for Edge, living up to their name over the course of this one. It's one of the most satisfying feelings, mate, when it's at least 3 items or more on a slide.
Yeah, it's good.
You know what I mean?
It's like playing a rhythm game almost. But this is what I was going to talk about, is it, honestly, from that pressure that was done in the early game, you did open up this possibility for the Haze to just kind of not get too involved in a lot of these fights and just continue to farm. The Abrams was doing a very, very good job himself. Just keep the team ahead, to provide those opportunities. But the Haze getting more and more souls on side is just a scary thing. Because effectively, Edge has kind of been playing 5v6 for quite some time now.
And really, all it builds up to is the second you come online, you start to notice how much damage you're really chunking. That's when a Haze goes loco. Ooh, Sleep Dagger goes wide on the engage at least, looking for the burst, the damage. Not quite on target. Back up with the Ivy. They're going to really put pressure on here. Charge shot to the face. 7 replies back as well. Near miss on the puddle punch. Could have actually been quite a big chunk of damage on the getaway. Harass finishes though, and they call it quits for now.
Yeah, it's a massive back and forth at the moment. Like 81k to 78, so it's not too bad for either side. It's a pretty close game, to be honest. I think at the moment, though, to get this Haze off your back, it's a little bit difficult, especially if Lolly's hitting her shots. You get in this situation where with active reloads, bullet lifesteal, she's got a huge amount of sustain, likely not going to have to go back too often anymore either, other than to buy. So can just keep hitting these mobs. Immediately sees the next tier 3, but potential at a burst here.
Okay, well, that's the problem when you let the Haze start to farm. Running amok early at least. Grey Talon feeling the brunt of it.
Yeah, some proper gorgeous headshots coming through from Lolly. Good stuff. 16k for the shift though. Man, I hate it. I hate it so much. Yeah, good shift player on side, especially once he hits that tier 3 on the blades themselves. Just start spreading around. Life becomes difficult. You got Heal Bane on one of your characters as well. Heal Bane even just on the Shiv. You're applying just mass anti-bleeds. Anti-heals on the rest of the enemy team. So I think it's kind of a big thing for versus Hedge for the underdogs to get this on board early. You got huge heals coming through from the Haze. Heals on the Abram. Yeah, it's tough stuff. Tough stuff.
Start to group up as well, it seems. Shrouded in the shadows of the mini-map, but still making plays that we can spot. That's going to be 2 fights back in favor of the underdogs. Shiv's been on his warpath, having a bit of farm. Looking for the chase now as well. Yamato spotted as the target. Slice and dice for the engage. Slowly chipping. Does look like there's a bit of posturing. Lady Geist not too far away either. Just trying to do it off the old X-ray.
Shiv heading his way in. Again, it's getting a little bit oppressive now for Edge. I mean, overall, it's pretty even Stevens across the board in terms of economy, but I haven't really been able to get any awesome team fights through just yet, Jacky. Like, that is the difficulty for Edge right now. And the underdogs, they just have this unbelievable pick potential. The Viscous is refusing to die.
Living on borrowed time, but certainly still living. Fight back on York side, seeing if they can push this in deep and potentially get a walker off the back of it at least with a wave clear. Take a little bit of space and continue to harass again. Yamato spotted, instant engage. Ooh, good drain as well. Getting her quite low does force out the ult for the response. Not too bad in terms of the ult economy, at least on the drawback, if they don't suffer casualties for it.
Yeah, it's a tough one at the moment. I mean, honestly, right now we're looking over towards Obscure. They're just getting a lot done, but it's not heading too far forward. Silence over towards the Geist, gets through the Veil almost. Does go for a soul exchange, but he's quite low. Luckily helped out by the Shiv, who sends back in. Rescue beam into a soul exchange. What is happening here?
That's pretty clean, actually. Great use of the Geist. Pull Hoot back in, hit him with the steal on the HP and the extra damage. Smooth moves on the crouching as well, just making it uncomfortable to fight in with the posturing. It's a nice strafe, and they get what they wanted off the back of it. So with only 7 going down, the respawn not being that bad, that he's already back up and kicking. You've still got muddy timings over on the side of Edge as well. And you push a bit deeper. Only the one walker left, all the way over in Park.
Yeah, genuinely, it's kind of a difficult one as well, because you get to this point in time now where even some of our heroes on the side of the underdogs, they were quite far behind. Your Viscous up to 20k, Talent to 21k, just off the back of some good team fights. Talent taking massive advantage of that Owl to just be a force to be reckoned with across the map, which is what you need to do. And I think that's what a lot of Talent players really do struggle with, is that he can be seriously annoying to deal with just because he has presence everywhere all the time. So it's nice to see Talent like this actually in comp play, really showing off exactly what a Talent can get done. And the Haze just hasn't quite got to a point yet where she's a huge problem. Yeah, Jacky. She's sad.
Yeah, you want it to become this sort of unstoppable force. And that's obviously the game plan. Takes a lot of farm though. 22k the back pocket for now. You're not pulling ahead enough that chunking. Shiv's just been on the roam.
Yeah.
He's been relatively happy with his free food, mate. 24k.
I will say, you know, Torment, Pulse, Spirit Strike, Life Strike, Shiv is not what I had on my bingo card today. But Crow's been doing nuts amounts of work with it. Malice as well upgraded for the guy, so even more damage. Wow. Okay. P90 Viscous going to town.
Yeah, magazine freshly loaded. Zakola keeping it clean on the Viscous. Catches the Yamato. The longer this one's gone on, the more the underdogs have been taking it in their stride. This is only further going to grow their power as well. Quick hit onto the mid-boss. Grab rejuve. Yeah. Get the lanes pushing. Now they're cooking with gas.
I think it's a smart thing to do. They can do it off one pick just because they are so far ahead. In comes the Edge, though, looking for the steal. Crow will pick it up, and it should be an easy cleanup here for the underdogs. 7 pops the ult, and it is all over from there. And again, I do like this play. You force a fight out coming through from the Edge, from the underdogs, and it makes sense to do as well. Especially, you don't want this pocket or this Haze getting towards the end game. You don't want a Yamato getting too far ahead and stalling the game out, because that's when they become problematic. Now, with Malice, P90 Viscous, these objectives are just gonna melt, Jacky.
Yeah, they're all going to pop in seconds. You can see it there with the shrines just detonating under the sheer rate of fire. And it's just so much freedom. You can clear those base guardians, put some peppering into the patron as well. All off the back of the one fight, you project yourself even further. So that soul lead still bloating, damage done to the base now. You're going to get that free push with the rejuve as well on all the lanes. So it's constantly making it awkward to reset for the side of edge. Oh, it's getting hellish out there. Longer it goes on, worse it gets. The underdogs thriving at the minute.
Oh, they are. I'm massively happy for the underdogs because it started out pretty poorly for them. I mean, their early game was not good. They got shoved far behind, but a team that knows how to come back is a good team in my books. And immediately clearing out all the farm, preparing for this final push. Seven grabs himself 7.3k, big spender coming on through, has improved reach, escalating exposure. This man is doing tons of damage on the ult. So it's likely going to be 55 seconds and then go for the base because Seven's ultimate is so effective in base. Because where else can you go? Right? Where else can you go?
There's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Just Seven spinning around. It's become a bit problematic. Ooh, somber moment though. Forceful reset off the back of attempting the steal. Fair play, but no chance for it. Absolutely popped, slap in the face, and then you come back in. You're forced to try and fix all the lanes that have been turned to pieces. Meanwhile, everyone's just farming. Even Seven's taking an opportunity to clear out the basement side now as well. Add that to the total tally. Grey Talon with a harass. Go back in to take the base guardians they didn't get earlier.
Spiritual Overflow, Mystic Shot, Sharpshooter, Rapid Fire, as well as Burst Fire as well. He is cooking, especially when he's hitting the Rain of Arrows. Again, just a lot of objective damage coming through from this team. Mirage gets whacked by the owl. I don't know if there's any engage off the back of that. Yeah, Reju should be coming off pretty shortly, though. You see there, rejuvenation credit. 4-7, almost at an end.
So about to expire. Won't stop the free farm though, as everything on the map at this point seems to belong to the underdogs.
Yeah, because
that made it a lot worse.
Yeah, completely denying the jungle as well of the edge. Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a real tough one for them right now. I'm not sure how they can really deal with this. Again, we are kind of slow on this game, though, from the underdogs. I do think they could have one more good team fight. I mean, if they really wanted to be sure, they could bait out mid-boss again. It's not going to be up for a little while longer, though.
Yeah, you've got options. Like you said, though, just taking a bit of time, the back seat for it. At least you're still making the most of your APM. You're running around farming it. It's not as if you're kind of sat on your laurels, and that's usually the big time where things start to go southward. It's not presented much of an opportunity for Edge to start farming souls back up, winning their lanes out again, or sort of commanding over anything really on the streets right now. And you're just waiting for an opportunity, setting up over by the power-up bridge, seeing if there is a chance to dive in potentially. Spawn comes up, look like gun buff you grabbed as well, so couldn't have been better really for the P90 Viscous.
The machine gunner. Yeah, not an awful lot happening at the moment. And it's kind of a struggle as well. Because this is kind of the smart way of doing it, because they have so much map presence right now. They can just deny the entirety of the jungle. Owl goes in, goo ball used to try and catch up towards the Ivy, maybe a little bit pushed up here, as well as the Abrams out of position, Mirage in, Lolly's down, and yeah, it might just be GG off the back of this.
Yeah, you're getting a bit spanked right now. Oh, he just does not stop shooting. The P90 Viscous hitting him heavy. And the GGs are being dropped. It certainly feels like that's going to be the outcome now. It's only Yamato that remains. Should be an easy push in. Take control of the situation and look to close this one down. I mean, fair play.
Come on, guys. It's time to end. Let's end. I think you've bullied the edge enough at this point. Into the base, there you go. Should be able to clean out this patron nice and easy. Pushing up those minions. Get the troopers in line, lined up. Patron's down. And I'll head back whilst it transforms so we can say there's just nothing on the map right now for the Edge to farm. I feel so bad for him because it has just been a case of complete soul freeze for the Edge. I think Ivy's been on 21k for the past 20 minutes.
I see the enemy.
Yeah, it feels like you've just been living the high life, mate. And
It's harder than you'd think.
I don't know. It's absolutely brutal, really, for Edge. I mean, this is kind of one of those games where it feels like you've just been stalemated. You don't know what to do to get back into it. So much further ahead, nearly like 70k souls.
Yeah, I think, again, this is likely a case where this game probably could have ended around about 5-10 minutes ago. But in a best of one, it's also somewhat understandable, right? Where you massively want to confirm a game. You don't want any chance at a comeback. So you wait for next mid-boss. You bait this out potentially. Maybe the Edge tries to come steal it. But honestly, I think that this might be go time now for the underdogs. There's the bait. No one really bothering with it, though. I think the Edge may have accepted their fate.
So you go back in to get what you started. Look to take redo from it.
That's a nice wall, actually.
Ooh, well, there's the engage. Seismic impact straight in from the Abrams, but again, it's the same outcome. And it's a very problematic one. Aura and Obscure both down and out. And that's go time. They're going to be looking to just straight fly in and knock your base to pieces here. Patron's about to get slapped in the face. And it's Viscous that wants to deliver the death.
Yeah, Shivolt's still up and available. Viscous sends forward, takes a ton of damage, but the cube kind of heals a lot of that up pretty quickly. Tons of damage going over towards Lolly right now. And Cola is just living it up. Sends in the airdrop, silence, but not much more than that, and just roaming around. Good swap. Sanya Sniper unable to use any abilities during that swap as well, so it's a nice counter. Into the wall! No!
Oh, mate. It's all going west. And with the damage done, that's going to be the game taken. A victory there for the underdogs, picking up their opening game of Deadlock Core number 3. A beautiful way to kick things off. Let's head back over to the desk and dissect that one then. There you go, first game locked in.
Yeah.
That pulsating game that we just saw, we did see kind of a comeback from the underdogs. Is that right? Can you explain what happened in the game, Jacky?
Yeah,
Why we saw
I
a
mean,
twist?
sort of, you know, early doors, it was obviously just first couple minutes, they did have an edge. They were farming quite nicely. You're pushing out your lanes, looked like it was going well. Underdogs just basically got control of the game. Never let go. Never let it go. Just out there farming.
I agree. And the other thing I really wanted to talk about, aside from the result of this match, was also kind of general stuff. I think from what we've been seeing with pros so far, with all the tournaments we've been casting, the main thing that I've been realizing is a problem is that people don't know how to close a game sometimes. It's like they can just go for it. They can just finish it right there. What do you have to say about that, Blank?
Yeah, again, I think that we mentioned it during the game there is a sense of it's tough. It's tough when you're playing best of ones. You really want to confirm your way in. And I think for the Edge, they sort of knew they'd lost. They knew they'd lost 10 minutes before the game ended. And it was just a case of, for the underdogs, let's just make sure we win. Because there is tons of comeback potential in this game.
Yeah.
It can go either way at all times. So I'm kind of happy. I'm happy that the underdogs took it that way, especially when they had like a rough start to the game. They were like, we're not letting this one get out of our hands at this point. Our gooey little fingers. So they just took it to the limit and baited mid-boss and went for it that way. So smart stuff.
Can I ask you guys what you think about the current state, I guess, of pros in the scene right now, in terms of what we're seeing, what we might see in the future?
Yeah, we actually, funnily enough, we spoke about a lot of kind of that exact topic when we were doing the podcast that's coming out probably tonight. We spoke about that. We were saying like it's interesting how quickly it feels like everything sort of accelerated already. Where now we have a far sort of more varied roster of names. We're starting to get players that are endemic to the scene popping out. People are being challenged a bit more. It's very interesting. It's all coming together quite nicely.
Yeah.
Every time, you know, another event rolls around, it feels like we're exponentially growing, which is very cool.
Blink, do you have your eye on anyone particularly? Or anyone that keeps popping up in your mind?
Well, you know, if the podcast coming out tonight.
Hey.
I was talking about Zander a lot, actually, from PGSK, currently playing on that team. I think we saw him very early on in the scene, and he played an insane Lash. He had a couple other characters underneath his belt as well. But yeah, I actually am looking out for Zander into the future, because he was one of the highest rated players way back when. Maybe I think he was top 2 at one point. But yeah, he's a fantastic player, and I think when he was playing in those teams a while back, he kind of was just carrying a lot in that early game as Lash, but his team wasn't quite able to catch up with him. But I think he's landed himself on a good squad now that have all learned alongside with him.
Which team is that again?
PGSK. I don't believe that
I don't
they
know if
are.
they're playing in this one.
I don't think they're playing in this tournament.
Oh,
No.
that's a shame.
Yeah.
Jacky,
Sadly.
anyone that you have your eye on in the scene? Other than Michaelis, obviously.
Yeah, well, it's obviously fun seeing how they're doing and watching sort of their progression
exactly.
with Buffy and Joyous, Piggy as well, of course. Always fun to see sort of how things are going for
Piggy.
them. I don't know. I think I'm more kind of just looking at seeing sort of some of the players that are popping up that don't have any connection to any other titles beforehand as well. That's the very interesting thing about Deadlock now. Is I feel like
I
at the
do like
start there
that.
wasn't as many sort of players that have just come purely from Deadlock, but now you see a lot of that where there is tons of them all over the scene, and everyone's sort of very very good in their own right. They're sort of figuring things out that it's taking the general public months to catch up with and have the same sort of play in pugs. So yeah, I think overall just excited. It's cool. You know, obviously it hasn't been that long, has it? It's been a couple months since everything started sort of rolling around. Yeah, we've seen quite a good growth of things. So it's been cool. It's why it'll be nice here as well, of course, getting a bit of a different look at the European side of things, and with the idea of everything being open, of course, where you can just sign up and play. So you get a more sort of mixed bag here, where you'll see sort of, you know, some of the community-driven teams, upcoming players, some of the names that we know as well, of known quantities. So it's a nice mix of the quality of competition you get here, which is one of the good things, obviously, about the core tournaments whenever they roll around.
No, it's cool, of course, with this one being more focused on EU talent, the previous one being NA. It's been cool, I think, not only seeing the progression of pros, quote-unquote pros, because we don't have a pro scene yet. It's a new game. But yeah, it's been cool watching the progression of pros. I also think this is a really, really cool opportunity that we haven't been able to focus on too much, of the progression of just normal people coming into the game and realizing, wow, I'm really good at this, you know, and just being able to enter tournaments. So I do like that part of it as well, that we finally get to see people coming out of the woodwork, not just from other pro scenes, but also just from Deadlock. I think that's really cool. You're right.
You just your everyday normal dudes. Yeah, I mean they're going for it. There is a lot of people who just jumped in like. I think it's because it's a new thing as well. So you have like if you're just willing to give it more of a go, as opposed to like. And there has been a lot of this where people have come from a different scene or a different esport. Then we're like, I like this game, pick it up. But because it is so different, I think there's people just interested in it. Maybe a younger age. I mean, even Michaelis, we talk about, is 19 years old. He just picked up the game. He's like, I love it. I'm going to play it more. But yeah, I think that it's been cool. For everyone at home, though, thank you so much for bearing with us during that match where we had the slight bug with the mini-map, not being able to see anything. But we all did great, you know? We all did great. We knew what was going on roughly.
It was a mystery. It was a little surprise.
Yeah, it was a mystery.
Like
it was fun. It was fun. But I do believe we should have that now fixed. And a big, massive well done to ZJL at being able to observe with no mini-map, which must be insanely hard. So thank you so much, brother. But yeah, we'll be getting to our next match shortly. I do believe we have the draft, which I have posted for both of you as well to have a look at.
We have information, do we?
Yes,
Where?
we do. It's inside our little green room.
I see. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, so we'll be following the underdogs versus Maxicorp.
It doesn't look like it's happening just yet, but we can chat a bit longer until that's all happening. In the meantime, what is your favorite gem?
Jam.
What?
Yeah.
Favorite, like as in music or actual jam?
No,
Like
oh, that's good.
fruit-based?
Okay, fair. I need to clarify. I
Yeah.
feel like fruit-based jam. We could start there.
This
I
is
would,
some mad bands right now.
I would go for strawberry or anything kind of berry-based. Any sort of berry-based
agree.
preserves, probably good.
I do
no,
like
no orange.
strawberry jam. It's
No,
lovely.
no lime, no lemon. Probably none of that. None of that. I don't want like a lemon jam.
Have you
Yeah.
had lemon jam?
No.
So how can you say that without trying
just,
it?
I don't know. I just don't feel like I vibe with it
I don't think I'd like it either, to be fair.
off the bat. Yeah.
What do you think, Blank? What's your take on this?
Yeah, me, I love butter. I love butter on my toast. Yeah.
You know what is
Um,
interesting is that you didn't say margarine. Margarine?
Yeah,
Margarine.
because they're two different things. What are you talking about?
No, because I didn't realize that there's like this huge margarine industry in England when I like visited there. I
Yeah.
realized
Yeah.
everyone uses margarine, not butter. And that was a weird culture shock to me. So I appreciate that. The butter
Oh,
represent. Yeah.
Is like,
I enjoy
is a
butter.
thing? I don't think it was a thing.
No, it
I mean,
is.
a lot of people use margarine in England. That is true.
I never
it?
knew why
Yeah.
people would use it until I visited England, and I saw everyone just uses margarine there, or at least from what I saw, it was crazy, and I never seen people use it before in my life. So.
Yeah, that is common. Like people love margarine. I don't know why. It's just kind of like the replacement butter, isn't it? Well,
Just get soft butter. Yeah, you
Right?
can get like
Why wouldn't you just
Yeah.
use butter? I
you can
don't
get
know.
like I think people go for the margarine because they're like, I can just whack this on some toast. Bish bash bosh. But it's like soft butter does also exist, guys.
Yeah.
You can grab that. Same thing.
Oh, can we
Good
talk
stuff.
about butter storage? I really want.
Butter
yeah,
storage?
no,
What
this
is
is a real
happening?
loophole
What
I
does
went
that
into.
mean? What does
now?
that
So
mean?
this is a rabbit hole I fell into one night. Apparently,
Yeah.
there's this thing called a butter bell, right?
Yeah.
And
Okay.
it was invented, I think, by the French, and it's basically the best way to keep your butter. You know, it's always going to be ready for you. It's weeks sealed by water, so you don't have to keep it in the fridge. You don't have to keep it outside. It's just like its own
It's just there. It's
ecosystem.
buttered. It's ready.
And you can just have soft butter whenever you want. So like there are butter storage like tiers in my opinion. I think the first is the butter bell. I want one of my own.
Okay.
Then I think
Yeah.
it's fridge. Then I think outside butter is like the lowest of the low.
What, just like butter just
Yeah,
on
just
the
out.
counter.
People have outside butter like in the little like
Yeah.
the things you lift.
That's
the
that's
lid.
what I thought you were talking about. I'm aware
No,
of that.
no,
That's quite
no.
common.
So
People do
if
just
you
have their
look up-
butter in a little house.
It's science. The butter bell is so sick. Like
The
the
butter
coolest.
bell.
I think it's the coolest invention since like sliced bread.
Yeah,
And they're really
butter-
expensive because they're so
butter
cool.
bell. Let's have a look.
Yeah.
Butter lore.
It's actually like a brand.
No, it's
What's a
not.
bell?
No,
Is
it is. Butter Bell is a brand. It's like a.
I guess somebody adopted it. But
This
yeah,
is like
people
a whole thing. Oh, I see.
people
It's
post
like a whole
about
system.
them. Yeah. So people post
Wow.
about finding butter bells at like thrift shops for like $3, and I'm so jealous because I can never find a butter bell anywhere, and I want one. So butter
Whoa.
storage is a
Yeah,
loop.
this is crazy.
Yeah,
this is
I know.
actually kind of
Rabbit hole.
revolutionary. There you go, butter bells, everyone.
Do you think we can
check
have a
that out.
butter-based hero, by the way?
Like viscous, but butter?
And he just slides around.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
Could be sick.
Buttscus. Buttscus.
Butter viscous.
Um.
Okay, we are still waiting for the draft, by the way, guys. So we're just chatting at the meantime.
Yeah.
Filling
yeah.
the dead air. You know what we're good at.
Maybe I can. Well, let's see if I won't push myself. I'm having if I can pull up a bracket here. Maybe we can have a look.
Oh my.
Whoa! Don't do that. You might kill the stream, bro.
No, it'd be
You
great.
might have a
I know what you're like.
It's fine. Let me have a look in the back end. Hang on. I'll do one of these.
Oh my god, everything's laggy.
Is it?
For me, at least. Maybe it's
Is
the
it
internet's
actually?
struggling.
Like, oh right. I thought you were trolling me. I was like, oh,
We already have. Whoa.
hello.
Well,
Hello.
I'm not reading that out. I'm not reading that out. Adam, that was very naughty of you. Okay.
Oh dear. Does this work? I mean, kinda.
Yeah, I've opened up Internet Explorer. That's not good, is it?
By the way,
No-
guys,
no one
while
wants
we are
that.
waiting, we do have a sub button now. Woo! Sub
Wow.
button. If you want to support Dead Air, you can now sub. Wow, I put so many cool emotes for you guys. For when you sub, you can use the cool emotes. So yeah, also, I think when you subscribe for $5.99, you get 3 months of Discord Nitro for free. I think there's like a promotion happening right now, so I might even subscribe. That's a pretty good deal. Hold on, wait.
Discord
Can I
Nitro.
subscribe on stream? Is that allowed? Because like that's
can
pretty
do
cool.
it.
I could subscribe to my own stream.
You can get those emotes.
I want that. I want 3 months of Discord Nitro.
Do
All
it.
right.
All-time classics as Deadlock 40 patch, Deadlock 40 bulb. There's some instant hits on there.
Here.
It's in here.
Yeah.
This is crazy right now. Look at that.
Those bulbs.
To be fair, we do have the founder, the rank 1 slog. He's the 1 month subscriber.
I'm gonna have to do this next time we have a break. Because I'm gonna have
You
to get
need
all
like
the information.
you need like a founder emote for the rank 1 slog. That's what we need.
Well, there will be plenty more. These are basically
Yeah.
like the OG ones that like in 5 years will be like, oh my gosh, look at these guys. You know, do you remember these? You know.
Look at
They're-
that emote. Do you remember
The game will
that
change
emote?
so much.
Whoa.
Remember that time we spoke about butter?
Butterbell, Bell with the butter.
Butterbells are crazy.
Yeah.
Damn.
Butterbells go hard.
I've not even looked at this Butterbell. Okay, I'm bringing myself.
Can we
to
all
it.
get Butterbells? Like,
We should probably load up on Butterbells. Like it would
That's what I'm
be- it
saying.
would be the
What's
play.
so good about it?
because it keeps
it
your
at the perfect
butter
consistency.
exactly. It's like it's not like it's in the
Yeah.
fridge, and it's not like it's on the counter. It's sealed with like a water
It
seal.
can always
So it's like
be
its
spread.
own ecosystem, and it keeps it like
Ooh.
germ and bacteria free.
I don't like the idea of
But it's soft.
ecosystem in my butter. Oh, that sounds like
It's like
bacterium.
it's in the fridge,
It
like,
can always be spread, bro.
but it's always soft.
Like anytime you just grab it and just, you know. Here, I can show us the bracket, by the way.
Go for it.
There you go.
Let's actually
Well,
talk about the game a little bit.
Just for a zag, I've thrown it up on screen. You can see what we're working with. So I've hypothesized, based on you telling me that the next game would be underdogs and we're following their run of the bracket, that would mean they go up against Team 7, 8, 9, which, if you're unfamiliar, of course, is the backstory of 7 in Deadlock. It's why he went to prison in the first place. It's because he ate 9. It was a horrific, gruesome act of cannibalism. Yeah. That's
You're
right.
okay.
But there you go, mate. That's the game we're going to be covering next. That's what's going on. This is what the bracket's shaping up like. There's a lower bracket, of course. That's the change this time around. Usually single elimination only. One chance gauntlet run in the Deadlock core events of prior for North America. But here with EU, we switched it up. And there is a lower bracket. So you do get one chance, of course. If you're knocked into the lower bracket, you can attempt to make your grind through. But it's not easy.
My God.
Yeah, and this is what we're talking about, right? It's a case of that's why you want to confirm it as hard as you can in your games. Make sure you don't get knocked out early. So you just make your way on through. I think we've got 4 more matches to bring to you lovely people today.
Why did you say it like we're in a shop? And you're like, I think we've got 4 left.
4 matches left.
Are you sure? Is it? Can you ask him if he's asking for the buy 4 games, get 1 free multi deal?
Come back tomorrow for more.
Let me just check in the back very quick. Let me just check in the back.
Do we have any more matches in the back?
It's like an old man.
I'm sorry. Have you got any of that Deadlock core free? I said,
Any more matches
is
in
it
the back?
Yeah.
for
any
you,
more
man?
games, please?
Yeah, I think we've got 4 left.
Sorry?
We've got 4 left.
Sorry. No,
I think what-
Deadlock core, not 4.
Yeah, Deadlock. Well, Deadlock 4 core may be on the way. I think I'm confusing this poor old man now, actually.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
wandered off. He's
He's
wandered
disoriented.
Where, though? Where's he gone? I can't find him in the store. He's not gone outside. Is he in the back again?
Off. Probably. We're gonna have to get it later.
Is Damien in the back again?
Yeah.
Bloody
his name was
Damien.
Big Dave, wouldn't it? Big Dave. Big
I'm
Dave.
going to get Damien.
Damien.
Jacky, you weren't here, by the
Damien.
way. But before
Yeah.
we went live, I was talking to Blake, and I was like, you know what you look like? You look like a guy named Mustache Dave now.
Mustache Dave.
Mustache Dave.
Isn't that a
Yeah.
person?
It is
No.
a person. I
I
thought,
thought
I
so.
thought,
Who
so I
is
thought, so
that?
I said that guy's kind of a handsome guy. So thank you.
Oh, I didn't know
Um,
he's real.
Oh, you
Yeah,
didn't know
I thought
Mustache
you-
Dave's a real dude.
Original
What?
character.
He's not
Hold
a
on, I'm
real. He's a
looking him up. I'm
caster.
looking
He's
him
a
up.
caster.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
I know him
yeah.
actually. That's funny.
What do you mean you know? You
I
didn't even know who
forgot. I forgot he's
was?
real.
That's
Okay.
hilarious.
That's just
Sorry.
like
Sorry,
bubbled to the
Mustache
top of
Dave.
your conscious again. Oh, it's mad.
But now you're twins.
Mm.
Oh. Ooh,
I'm happy
lovely.
about it. Yeah.
Bloody hell.
I haven't
Bloody
seen
hell.
Mustache Dave in a while, dude. I miss
I
him.
reckon he's doing well. I hope.
I miss him, bro.
Hope so. Shout out to you if you're out there, Mustache Dave.
I love you, Mustache
Maybe we get him
Dave.
on the podcast. Ask
Well,
him what he
just
thinks
out of
about
nowhere.
Deadlock.
Just ring him up.
Do you know anything about Deadlock, Mustache Dave?
I
That'd
know.
be so weird.
We thought
actually.
Blank looked like you now, so.
I
Yeah, that's a
don't.
bit.
I really don't.
Be the-
I really do
Welcome,
not.
the fourth smiling friend. Small move.
Small Moon.
Mustache Dave.
Yeah, it's Small Moon. Live on Dead Air.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, I do think that the thinking about wait, this is a terrible segue. I'm doing it anyway. I think what's good about this tournament is that it's all EU, so we get to see everyone on similar ping for once. Because I think that has been something that was taken into account for a fair few tournaments where they're kind of playing on different servers, so you don't get a true representation. And especially because we did have so many like EU teams jumping into the NA tournaments as well.
Yeah.
It's the first time they're on the low ping. And they get to show their true power and not complain about ping diff on Soul Secures.
Damn.
It's,
Complain about ping diff.
It's certainly a factor. It is a real thing. You know,
No,
it is a very real
100%.
thing. We ran into it ourselves, of course, with a charity event. Even with
Yeah.
that being something where primarily the goal is fun and show matches. You're limited by time and ping. So it's nice because obviously right now all we've been doing is having all the EU teams just sneaking in underneath the fence to the American events.
Yeah.
Playing those anyway. But then, like you said, it causes a couple of problems. So it'll be good, especially towards the tail end of this year. You're going to get some great games. Like you look at the spread of teams you've got. This is going to be some good Deadlock for the weekend. If you kind of sat around, you're like, damn,
Yeah.
you'll tune in, see what's going on Dead Air, on Moot Monthly.
Exactly.
And stay up to date with all the EU scenes, see how it's looking. You've done well. It's a
Yeah.
good time for some Deadlock this week.
You've been craving Deadlock? Have some Deadlock, basically. That's
Yeah,
where we're
thanks, Papa Moot.
Eat that.
Appreciate you.
Nibble on that now.
Have some of
at.
that.
No.
Now rate it 5 stars on
Now.
Google Maps.
Put it in a
And Spotify.
butterbell.
Yeah.
Yeah. Spread it on some toast.
Spread some warm butterbelled butter for me.
Do you wanna listen to something cool? We hear something
Sure.
cool.
What have you got for me?
6 minutes ago, we were waiting on the lobby code,
Okay.
which leads to believe that in 6 minutes' time, getting a lobby code should be soon. I think it should be soon.
That's exciting.
I think we could be in game soon, guys.
We could go back to the desk until we are ready to go into the match.
Yeah,
if you
we've
want.
had a look at the bracket. We've had
Yeah,
Let's
have a
run
look
that
at
back.
my
Let's bring back our
mustache.
beautiful faces. Hello, you ugly mugs.
What?
Oi.
Can't say
Hey,
that.
You've been done. You've been damned.
What?
God, you punked everyone immediately.
Who are you talking to?
We're so
there?
English today.
Who
Just
are you
like
talking
collectively.
to?
Yeah,
He's
just,
told
you
you
know,
all.
as
He's
a
calling us
whole,
all
as a
ugly.
unit. We're
You
all
ugly
ugly.
mug. I suppose that's
mugs,
us,
you know.
isn't it?
Can't say
The
that.
classic. You're the classic.
That's us. We've been
Yeah.
goofed.
Well, we were
Yeah.
on the bracket for a while. I didn't realize.
Yeah, we've
Yeah, we
studying the
were.
bracket, analysing the moves, the
Yeah.
waterways, the waterways. A lot of Finnish
Yeah.
representation this time around, which is cool. Big
That's
up
cool,
Finland.
yeah.
Wish you all the
Yeah.
best.
Wait, can we actually look at some of the team names if we have some time?
Yeah, can you pull that bracket back up again?
Do you want to go back to the bracket?
No. I'm looking at it on my own. I'm looking at it on my own. Okay, so what is members of society?
Well, they're the
reckon.
members of society.
Well, that would
really.
just be being a member of society.
Just like
in general.
a
I think
good
that-
Samaritan
that-
civilian.
not even necessarily good. I think that just encompasses
Just member.
every element of living. Like if you are
Okay.
if you partake in society, you are a member of society. That's what I would take their name as.
I want Paston Panu to get through, which I've probably butchered.
Hasting Panu. That's the Finns. That's Taimu stack. The
That is the
representative.
timer stack.
Oh,
Yeah.
hey. Let's
Frying
go.
pan. That means frying pan. They're the frying pans.
Oh, nice. Let's say.
I like that. That's good. That's good.
I also
Um,
like fluffy gangsters.
Yeah, Fluffy Gangster's a classic.
Vintage, timeless.
Deadlock
a-
Demons, not bad. There's a guy called Cool Cheese. Hell yeah! Shout
Wait,
out
where?
Cool Cheese. All right.
Dude, they've got
That's
Ellie. They've got
awesome.
Ellie vote on that team, as well as McLovin.
Oh damn.
But Ellie vote's the
Oh.
one I'm excited to watch play. honestly.
You know
Mr.
who
Ellie
Deadlock
vote.
dudes have? McLovin.
Yeah, that's what Blank was saying. Big
Oh, was
McLovin
it?
in the building.
Sorry.
Yeah,
What's
just threw
his
that out there.
ID?
Not listening.
What's his ID going to be looking like? You've been e-gate.
I know a little bit.
Don't
Kinda
know
cruel.
Walt. You're not even a sub here. Don't know
Correct.
Walt.
It's
I
kind of
didn't hear
cruel.
you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
that's
kind
what
of
you
cruel.
get.
Actually, didn't like it.
That's
Sorry,
what
sorry.
you
It's a bit
get.
mean. The underdog's more like the undernibs, guys. They just owned. All right.
Only vibes here. Come
They
on.
own so hard. Oh, are we doing an ad again?
Sorry?
Are we running ads on this?
I haven't run an ad. It might be an auto ad. Look, I'm not behind. I'm producing. I'm not in control of all
We're
the
just
buttons, all right?
turning the stream
All right,
on.
let
I'm
me-
just here. I'm trying.
I'm gonna
If there's
move.
ads, it's not our fault.
I need to go to dead
I told
air,
you to log
turn
into
these ads
the...
off.
Yeah, I told you to handle.
Handle it.
That's your job.
You've got
That's
like
your
about,
job.
you've got about 1,000 verification codes to get into the stream.
Well, that's how that works. It's safety.
Give me those verification codes. Let me get in.
We'll fix
But
it
yeah,
in a bit.
these are some cool
Yeah.
names coming out here. Bad Fat Cat. Like, these are
Bad
sick,
Fat
dude.
Cat.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
That's on
To be fair,
Triada.
a fat cat would be a good cat, even if he's a bit naughty. If you could help him lose weight, you know, document it, take care of him, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind a nice fat cat.
Bad fat cat. Is that like Fat Poofy Cat's arch nemesis?
Could be.
Yeah, I'd like that.
That'd be a hell of a head-to-head.
Fat Poofy Cat versus Big
Bad
Fat
Fat
Cat, dude. It's like the NAE standoff between those two players. Man, I want to see that. I want to see that.
You know what
Mine is
I'm
good.
excited for is the name. You know when Deadlock is an official game, it's out.
Yeah.
You know, we have a real pro scene. We have events in person, lands. I'm excited to see the names that stay around or just come out into the scene. I want to see what they're like, because right now they're really cool. And I think if half of these, like if the creative energy from half of these names come into the Deadlock scene, it would be really, really fun.
No, I think it's... You get some really unique names, usually, down the line. So I know where you're coming from. I'm curious to see what weird kind of stacks we'll get, especially before teams get orgs as well. That's your opportunity for some banger
Yeah.
branding. Make the most of that. Other esports, dude, it sickens me when you
Word
see
of
people that just call
advice.
themselves like Orgless, and it's like, no, come on, there's like 70 Orglasses. Call yourself something good. Be like McFly
Yeah.
Bustin'. You know, I'd root for McFly Bustin'. Imagine that when they qualify to a big Deadlock event. You'd be like, yes, McFly.
McFly.
You know what I mean?
I think the good
That's
thing about Orglas is that you did an advertisement, aren't you? At the end of the day, it's like, come on, you could support us. But I think because we've got so many Orglas teams, I think they should all be called like Orglas 1 through 16.
That you have to
And then-
check. It's like clowns where they document it on an egg, so they
Yeah.
know that's
Yeah.
theirs. You have
Yeah.
to be the next one in line.
Yeah, it'd be good because then it'd be like a battle royale of who gets an Org first, and then who gets the Org last.
That's true.
Yeah.
Orglas 6.
Orglas
Finally
6.
been picked up. Orglas 5 are like, fuck's sake.
I'm not in yet. Not with the cool guys. It's so sad.
Robbed.
Yeah, I'd
Oh, it
like
looks
that.
we're finally getting some of the vetoing going on the
Oh,
Oh,
that's exciting.
yay.
Okay.
Okay, nice. 7,
Let's
8, 9.
talk about it.
Yeah. Let's have a little look here. All right, Jeremy, pull that up.
Ironically, 7's been banned. Oh no, 7 has been picked. There you go. 7's been picked actually. For the
Pull that
first
up,
ban.
Jeremy.
You want it displayed on
dashing
here?
us.
No,
This is what I was gonna say.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
It's too last minute for this.
For reference, guys, this has been a rather last minute affair, but we're really happy to be here and covering streams. We might maybe tomorrow. I'm not making any promises because I can't, because I'm not the one doing it at the end of the day. But yeah, so we will do it verbally. 789 ban Shiv, nice. The Underdogs, they ban Infernus. I understand it. And it will be a 7 and a Kelvin, I believe, 789. Ooh, maybe an Ivy.
They're
Yeah,
still
7
having to
Ivy
choose.
and a Viscous and a Lady Geist for the Underdogs.
Kept you guessing.
Yeah.
So far, out of these two teams with this selection, which one do you think would be better at making a deep dish pizza?
I knew it was food. I could feel it coming.
I'm thinking, what's a New York food?
I think Mo and Krill, weirdly, would probably do pretty good behind the counter at some sort of food place.
Well, now it's 7 Ivy and Mo and Krill. I feel like that
That's-
is
yeah.
a killer team for a pizza.
That's what I
7 could
mean.
like crisp it up. Like Mo and Krill just know what's up.
I think you'd have 7 on the
He's
phones,
just hungry.
Ivy on deliveries, and Mo and Krill in
Right.
the kitchen.
Viscous
you
would
know?
just get the pizza all gooey. I feel like, and Lady Geist, I feel like
He'd
she's
gunk it
never
up.
touched a pizza.
She's not interested. She doesn't know her way around dough, you know? The
Yeah.
only dough she's seen is cash money.
And then 789, the name literally. I guess
That would be the name of
overwhelmingly-
the restaurant
yeah,
for the
so-
pizza place.
exactly.
7s, 8, 9. And it's
So
just
far,
7 eating.
I feel like the stronger lineup, the stronger pizza lineup is 7, 8, 9. Unfortunately for the underdogs, maybe they can pull through with some cool picks. We have Viscous, Lady Geist, and Lash. Ooh, triple threat.
Yeah. What do you think about that in terms of pizza, Dan?
You know what? Lash kind of helps the lineup, but now we have Haze, and Haze, I feel like maybe should be good at chopping up vegetables. Who knows?
Yeah,
She's doing the
maybe.
little. She's
Yeah, she's
slicing
doing
the
a little
pizza with a sleep dagger. Every time you eat the pizza, you're like, "Ooh, I'm kind of."
You get a little sleepy.
Yeah, I guess I've been food comed, but in
Oh.
reality, it's just Hayes in the kitchen, and then the government have found out because illegally, obviously, sleep daggers adding additives to the pizza, and then they've been
No.
shut down. They've been shut down because of it.
Right then, 7, 8, 9 now pick Pocket and Abrams as well. So the full lineup for 7, 8, 9 is looking like 7, Ivy, Mo and Krill, Pocket, and Abrams. Now that feels a bit dangerous, in my opinion.
It's sort of de facto, really. It's like the de facto picks. I think the 7's the one that's slightly more weird, but I think people have been finding a lot more success on 7. They've had a ton of success on 7 last week with all the old 1 build. That was fun, wasn't it, guys? It was really, really fun having a ball
Oh,
that
so much fun.
consumed the whole lane. That was great.
It was so big.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
It was just-
Yeah, there was Divine Barrier that apparently gave increased range on abilities. By that, yeah, it got massive.
Yeah, it got
Big
really
big balls in line.
There's always big
Final
balls
pick.
in Deadlock.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's all about the
true.
big balls.
Yeah.
7
Valve
has
love
big
big
balls.
balls.
You hit it here first, folks. But yeah, we do have our drafts completed now. 7, 8, 9, 7, Ivy, Mo and Krill, Pocket, Abrams, Paradox. Great pick team, honestly, with a little bit of
Yeah.
late game pressure. The underdogs with Viscous, Lady Geist, Lash, Haze, Mirage, Kelvin. Slightly more interesting team. I am loving the usage of Lady Geist recently. I think she got really strong. A lot of her items got buffed. But we'll see how the underdogs do, because they don't have the most conventional of comps. But I respect that they're playing here. And we've already seen them do very well in one game.
What do you think about the Infernus ban? And what do you think about the Mirage pick?
I like a bit of Mirage right now. Obviously, he's nowhere near as overtuned as he was when he first sort of like,
Right.
emerged, but that always happens. But obviously, he's a fun character to play. He's very, very powerful if you know how to make the most of him. And again, I think it's even more. Longer Mirage has time in the pool to cook. He'll get better in terms of like some of the unique playstyle knock-on effects you can have with him with his ult.
Yeah.
The way you can use your knock-ups as well. I feel like ganking can be very proficient on him. Timing is very key. You kind of have to have it down. And then more with just the sudden burst of damage you can have with Jin's Mark as well. He still just feels very strong. So he's fun to watch. I'm really honestly surprised we weren't seeing more Mirage when we did the charity
Yeah.
clash, because I thought we would have seen a lot more of him, especially then, because that was
Exactly.
about a week ago. You know, he was windmilling in lane and just knocking
So-
people's heads off.
Here's what I've been hearing. A lot of people are confused why people aren't banning Mirage. They're saying, oh, he's really strong, you know? But I haven't seen, first of all, many bans against him, let alone people playing him more effectively than some other OP characters. I feel like he has a lot of potential, right? But we haven't seen him kind of wreak destruction on the battlefield yet.
Well, you know why it's really hard for everyone to ban him?
Go on.
Because he's a Mirage, isn't he? Gaming. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, like an Oasis, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There you go.
No, that's great.
On a real, I guess. To answer, I suppose. I think he's a lane bully, right? He's a big lane bully, and I think if you get shut down, he's one of those things where unless you can have, you need to be a marvelous shift player basically to make him work. Because in that early games where he has that most amount of presence, really difficult to deal with, especially with Jin's Mark, and then you need to be able to comfortably transition into more of a tornado build. So I think he's difficult to make work, but can have a huge amount of impact. And I think
Right.
that he just, like Jacky says, honestly, Jacky is right there. He just needs a bit more time to cook in the kitchen. Because
Yeah.
I think people are coming up with some fun builds right now. I personally think that he has some of the best ganking potential. I'm surprised we've not really seen many people abusing the Veil too often. like to just throw into Veil, let someone push up, and then let a Mirage TP on top of them inside the Veil, and then backstab that way. If I was playing Dioki, I'd be doing that all the time. All the time.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. I thought we'd see a lot more. Like the second you see his ult when he was added, it was like, oh, sick, dude, this is gonna be unreal for this.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess it is just one of those where it's hard sort of allotting it in sort of the choreography of Deadlock. There's always something you're supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
Just maximizing that time when you actually do have the ult available and you know you can get it off. I think, like you say, will be more common the longer he's sort of floating around and being picked.
Yeah. You need to find the right opportunity, right? That's the thing. Like, because I think you're right in the sense that you're always figuring out to do something, but then you also got to split your brain a little bit, like looking for opportunities on the map. It can be a little bit stressful, a little bit, but yeah. We do have all the players in the lobby. We are ready to go, and we're just waiting for the game to start, and then we'll jump straight into it.
Nice.
Keep on rolling.
So this is about to be 7-8-9 versus the underdogs at the Deadlock Core Tournament. Number 3, guys, Best of EU. This is our second match of the day. There is plenty more. I believe 4 more. Is that what you said, Blank?
Most likely, I think, right? That's
Probably 4.
Yeah, probably 4.
So yeah, after this,
we
stick
got
around
4.
for more games. We will be here until the day is over and lead you through the bracket. So yeah, we will take it away in just a second, and our boys will lead you through the action.
Yeah, we can
for
kick
now,
it
I'll
off
stick
as
around.
it looks like we are in game. Yeah.
Nice. Okay, I'll let you guys get to it. See you later.
All right. Well, here we go then. 7-8-9 taking on the underdogs as we can get back into the action. Game 2, BO1s. If you're just joining us, that's how things are working here. Slight change to the format for Deadlock Core number 3. It's a European tournament, and you do have a lower bracket. That will be going on whilst these games are too. Back in action, though, we can kick it off. Underdogs look good in the first game. Blank came out on top. How far can they go? Also, quick head count. We got the mini-map. He's working. Shout out, good work behind the scenes. That's what you want to see.
Yeah, there's some fixing going along back there, but it was sorted mightily fast, so nicely done. And we'll be having a great time here over the Deadlock Core Tournament 3. Nasty bit of damage thrown on side with a splatter using the right click to great effect as well. Those cue balls doing heavy amounts of work. I mean, 57 damage doesn't seem like a lot, but that adds up. The fact that you can just keep sending that on through. And especially required versus an Abramson lane. You don't want to just let him keep regenning everything back up again. This is an oppressive lane, though. Paradox 7. Tough to play against, so Kelvin's going to have to get a lot of work done here just using the Frost Grenade as well as the Ice Beam.
And that's Maxicorp, the UK representative for 789 on your screens, playing Paradox as well. So we'll see what moves he's got in store for us, and Harry'll surprise. Like you said, it's a pretty damaging lane, mate. It's one of those where it does become quite frustrating. You get slapped in the face by the Paradox. 7 starts to force you back as well, just constantly taking the farm. They do look for a bit of a dive on it, though, and Kelvin goes deep, dumping the damage on Maxicorp, catches him off guard. Not really much room to reply from 7 either. You throw out the stun, but it's too little too late, and that's a sub 2-minute kill. So you get the opening pick on the board there, and Kelvin shoots up about 400 souls ahead now.
Yeah, and again, that's good news for the Kelvin. Can be a little bit more oppressive. Eric Pritz here versus the Haze. I think this is a smart choice to run to your Haze with, especially having that disarm on demand. That's a lot of damage as well, down to 20 HP. Does the Jin's Mark take him out? I don't think so. It's only about 10 damage. Around the side. He was not expecting it. As Boss will pick himself up. Another Abrams goes in. Almost an insane parry coming through from Cola, though.
There's been some good parries tonight already. We've only seen the 1BO1, but there's been a lot to get excited about. It's like the man with the iron fist. You got RZA throwing out the punches. Big RZA on the mic. Maxicorp again, though, looking to reset off the back of the early death and make sure that they can push Greenwich out, catch up on some of the farm. Not that far behind whatsoever as well. 1.8k to 2.4. He wishes it was 1.4. Actually going to roam out, though. See if you can group up Mo and Krill on deck. It's a deep push from the Haze. Even the Seven's looking to posture around. Try and catch with a kinetic carbine. You dip out. It's a miss on the nade as well. Haze disarmed by the sandblast, but still running.
Oh, it feels like Whiffington City right now. That was kind of unfortunate. In comes the lash as well. Good usage of the heavy melee to get himself back into a better position. But Crow, a nasty ground slam. It's all over. No way he's walking past those souls. That's upsetting me.
Just leave those on the ground forever.
Yeah, that's not cool.
That's
Oh, you will
good.
open these boxes, will you? No souls in there. You had your chance.
That's what you get, mate. The souls, no. They favour those that pick them up. Don't discriminate the boxes. It's very mean. They've got feelings too.
Imagine if you like walk past the box and there's a little sad face on it.
Some boxes want to be hit. Some boxes don't. It's like a personality. It's a morality choice. Go on, hit me. And you're like, all right. Oh, fair enough.
Okay. Bloody hell. Right now, though, it does feel like it's going pretty well at the moment for the underdogs. They're not as huge of a lead as I would have expected, right? 18k to 17. That is depressing. Hey, up. Up on high. Everyone's building to melee charge, melee lifesteal, spirit strike these days, especially in that early game. Lash already picking that one up. I mean, for the extra ammo as well, I mean, you are getting like quite a bit of value from melee recharge, which is nice. With the introduction of more strafe melees as well, baiting out a lot of these parries. You move a lot further, so you can be a bit more dastardly with it on the side of melee charge.
Yeah, it's becoming pretty meta. It's fun to watch. Abrams taking a bit of a beating. He's going to piece out, look to dip back at the healing. Meanwhile, Geist putting the hurt onto Ivy. That's Hoot once again. Pushing deep towards Yorkside, clearing out the wave, securing the souls and still keeping damage onto Ivy as well.
I'm casting off the stream now, Jacky. It's better. I don't know why.
This is what you've changed to.
Yeah. It seems to be slightly further ahead. Like by a second or so, interestingly enough.
Oh, if it works that way, it works.
Yeah, I'm doing that. This is wild. Okay. That's
Ooh.
never been the case. Your PC's going crazy.
Yeah, it really is. So's this lane, mate. This has erupted into a bit of carnage. Everyone's just kind of brawling. Damage done. Lash went in for a penny, in for a pound. Didn't get much from it. Mo and Krill back up as well. Just going to respawn on this. So Greenwich really taking some casualties here early. Bit of a mega lane forming as well.
Yeah, right now, Geist, Viscous, Lash forcing their way in. I mean, Ivy and Abrams can survive for a while over towards that lane, but you know, it's just being a massive nuisance. 30k to 27k, so there is a lot of roaming going on right now, but at least they can keep Haze in lane as well as Lady Geist. You want those two characters to get nice and beefy. Lady Geist is an absolute nightmare to deal with when she gets farmed. So yeah, I do always enjoy watching the Kelvin Lash combo. It's such a massive amount of mobility. You just get around the map, be anywhere, everywhere, all at once.
So farm's looking alright for now. 7 being allowed to take what he wants without too many denies. Calvin at least flicks up for one of them. You get the stun baited out. Pocket goes deep. Half HP on him. They're going to just bully him out of lane at least. Still getting the chip damage out. That's the Ivy over the top rope as well. Looking for an opportunity on it. In the meantime, even Tinky Winky can strike back with Viscous being smushed.
You know, the Infernus ban makes sense now. Knowing it's Tinky Winky on side. He is crazy Infernus, so they take it off him. He's forced to play on towards the Abrams. Does get taken out by Hoot. There's a 1-for-1 trade, but we are equal right now. In comes the Mirage, just have to back out. Good tornado over towards the Ivy. And that's what we like to see with the Mirage ult.
Well, it's two nice freebies. And the objectives should surely follow as well. Dumping the damage. Greenwich is getting absolutely battered. That's going to be another Guardian under the belt. And you'll lead 2-1 in the early objectives. Sub 10 minutes as well. It's getting a good groove on things, at least initially now. 789. Looking to come out and play. It was a bit rough early game. Maxicore as well having some bumpy encounters. Back and forth here with Crow and the Lash being found by Pocket. Doubling it up though.
Ooh.
No room for Raph to thrive. With Hayes going down, they're tying this back up pretty cleanly. Might actually get some more damage off as well.
Yeah, I mean, who's going to try and come in and deal a little bit of damage over towards the Abrams? The lovely jump upwards. The timing on the parry seemed good, but wasn't able to grab it on that light melee that came through from Tinky Winky. But yeah, good equalizer over towards yellow lane. Giving you that all needed amount of souls. 44k to 44k, so super close game already. Mid boss is up, as are buffs. Kelvin will just take that one away early. No reason not to. He chases down the Pocket.
Ooh. That was cool, but it was not cool for Pocket. Rough one to lose. Break him when he's brittle and frozen solid. So they're out of commission. Geist right into the fight as well. Seismic impact down on top, looking for the spinner. Rooney gonna hit it. Booker T in the building, but it's the parry.
Nice.
Oh, paradoxical swap to make it even more uncomfortable. Goo Cube thrown in. It's all getting a bit hectic on this. Looking to see if they can clutch up Kelvin, the Iceman. Last one left standing. Abrams, it's too late to get away. You wanted to run, but not today, Blank.
I mean, it's a lovely waltz coming through from who, honestly, on the Lady Guys. Good jump ups, good attempts at some parries. Great little recovery coming through from Cola with the cube on top of it. There's a lot of action going on around the map right now for all of our squads here. Yeah, some very, very good reactions coming through from the underdogs. I'll give them that. It very, very much feels like a team that has drilled their coordination into these games.
You get to see the Mirage TP in as well. We were talking about this, of course, in the pre-game, seeing what the use should be. That one, not the dream. Hasn't worked out too well. TP's over towards the Guardian, gets absolutely trounced because of it. Everyone scrapping on top of the grave. Tinky Winky not able to make a play there on the Abrams. And this is dead center. 60k to 60k. As we're just about to hit 12 minutes deep on the timer. Wrap around. Kelvin on the chase, looking for the comp. Knew Ivy was nearby, but she's out.
Yeah, dipped almost immediately. No flex slot so far for the underdogs, where 789 has picked theirs up already on those Guardians. Took all four of them down at the moment, and I think this is a very smart game plan right now from 789, because they realize it is a lot of death balling going through for the underdogs, right? And that is what this team comp likes to do. Use the goo ball for quick transitions. You've got the Kelvin as well as the Lash just roaming together. So these death balls coming through thick and fast. So they've just got the Mo and Krill, Ivy to be pushing these side lanes. And with Scorn as well as Kudzu Bomb, you've got incredible trooper clear. So you can quickly get up towards those walkers. So there has been a fair bit of damage done already over on the side of Park Lane. That walker's down to half HP just off the back of Mo and Krill's endeavors. Eric Pritz himself on it again.
Big Eric. Ooh, boy.
I see the enemy.
Hell towards mid, kicking off. Rescue beam called in to grab Crow, save him, so he's not left down in the doldrums.
I see Barado.
An Affliction nipping at the heel, sure, but that's going to wear off, so not too much bang for the buck from the Pocket ult. Barely ahead, man. Barely ahead here for 789. It's just the map control that's working well for him, Blank. Ooh, Lash does dive in. There's the stun back. Stone form, but too shallow.
Yeah, it is a massive amount of map control coming through. Airdrop sent inwards, knocks them all up. Crow goes extremely low. It is Dartien going down there versus Trax. Yeah, it is tough. I mean, 789 just have better map control overall at the moment. But in terms of team fights, you are looking at the underdogs being a little bit of a hellish combo to go up against. Immediately Hayes is back in. It's a decent sleep dagger, but that Abrams is so tanky. Immediately switches it back. Good Q, but it's not quite enough to keep Wrath up and kicking.
Oh, mate. You look like it should have been so much more there for Tinky Winky. He's trying it. The bullet resistance, though, and you can't grab him because of the stun from the Walker. Spaghetti everywhere for the Abrams. Even the double stun on the run back. Oh, mate.
He slipped.
It's messy. It's messy. Chase because of it. That's free food for Lash. And they get their revenge in droves. Oh, that's brutal. Response back isn't too clean for Maxicor either. Sliding in for the last second damage. Hoping for any sort of advantageous takeaway on this one.
And
so
yet,
past few seconds looking all right, dude.
And yet, 789 take a Walker. And we're still 2 Guardians up for 789. So the underdogs haven't grabbed that first flex slot yet. So again, it's just that map control coming through from 789. Yes, some of these team fights are going in the favor of the underdogs, but overall macro looking fantastic. Probably a self earn here coming through from the Ivy using the airdrop, but there is a little bit of pushback coming through from the Mirage. Oh, he gets him off it. Forced to use the airdrop early. That is frustrating playing as an Ivy player.
Pocket on the drop. Looking to get the burst damage off, but it's the 7 that assists with the constant peppering from the Ivy. Stone form up for the slam. Lash looking for the grab. Dives up in the air, but can't get his fingertips on them. They run straight back. You're in really the wrong neighborhood on this one. No survivors for Crow.
Yeah, this is
side again.
Yeah, this is frustrating for the underdogs to play against. I mean, even there, you got Abrams over towards Yorkside pushing in that lane. They get themselves another Walker and another Walker. So second flex slot opened up, almost on side of a third. Just looking to grab that 4th Walker. And the end. Getting delivered as well, Jacky. I mean, I think this is where the turn happens for 789, and it's going to have to be a miraculous effort coming through from the underdogs to bring this back, because they're still working without a flag slot.
Always fighting on the back foot. That's the problematic piece for them. Ooh, shoulder charge, looking for the grab. Geist with the steal as well. Baits out the ult, seismic impact down, looking for the punch. You're getting shredded, and so much life steal before Abrams even realizes how sticky of a situation he's been left in. There is no time to run. So Tinky Winky thrown down again by Geist with the backup. This time it's nearly 30 seconds on the reset. Lash going back in with a 1v1 versus the Ivy, launching himself up in the air. Cola pays the sacrifice because of it. Punch back in. It's good for the knockup. Parry though in midair. Oh, Lash, that is not the sort of thing you want to deal with in the morning.
Yeah, I think for Lash there, underestimates the range coming through from airdrop. Gets silenced mid-air. And I respect the plan, right? You try to use the grapple to stay out of range of it. Big old static charge will stun at least one of them as they attempt to get away. But that is their first flex slot opened up. Yeah, 789 just have a better understanding of map control here. And I think that in the early game, the underdogs are desperate to get ahead. But again, it's 789 just understanding the assignment. right? We're going to get absolutely mullered early on by the Lash and the Kelvin roam. We just need to hold on for long enough, and that's what they did. They kept it fairly even, and now they're starting to move away with it up to a pretty sizable lead right now. 8k souls doesn't feel like a lot, but it really is, especially with the flex slots as well still in action. You've got way more map control, which means more jungle to be claimed for 789. And Tinky Winky's getting to the point where he is extremely tanky. Difficult to take down as a frontliner.
Keep your eyes on Lash.
Building up and making moves. Nearly about the 20-minute mark here. And it is just free farm. You'll take that if you pocket, clean up the camps. Everyone's living it lavishly at least. Get closer here. A 10k soul difference. For 789, clearly by the namesake, we know they must be good at feeding. You're going to need a little bit of eating on this one. See if you can nobble down on some even bigger portions of souls. I'm thinking man versus food sort of portions of souls, Blank. Like food challenges. And just keep snowballing with this, really.
Yeah,
Especially with the space you've made.
he had to quit eating, by the way.
I know.
Man versus food. Yeah, he ate too much.
It was too much food, wasn't it, really?
No, it's too much what he did.
You've got to eat less food.
I think the scary thing right now, Jacky, that stands out to me is the 25k souls on the 7. And this has literally just been a game where they just haven't been able to shut down 789. I think if the map control was slightly better from the underdogs, they would have been looking a lot better here. But the way the game's going, it's going to give even more time for the 7 to get back into the play. Maxicore, the paradoxical swap, soul exchange towards the back lines does leave the 7 looking a little bit high and dry, but Dartian's back in, and Hoot will only find the 1 kill off the back of this.
I fought tougher.
That's a mid-boss if I saw one.
Looks like it's shaping up for it. Ooh, down in the subway, though, you better mind the gap, or potentially at least mind your back. Lady Geist being shot down. Just looking to run. You catch tracks. So the Kelvin's finished. Ooh, damage around the side. Hoot was looking to make a play, but isn't slippery enough. And that's the full team wipe. Mo and Krill's already on it. You know you got the safety net. Call for the rest of the cavalry. Clean up. Take the mid-boss. Timing's going to be really dirty.
Is it me or is his eye way far out of his head right now?
Yeah, it's proper bulging at the minute.
He's like, whoa, what a team fight that was, lads. That was crazy. Can't close my eyes. Oh, it looks not good. There we go. Back to normal.
He was bulging out. Oh, Lash looking for the steal. Hello? Hello? Oh, Crow.
Nice.
With the instant drop. You can't be having that. They let him get away with it. Double tap onto the control. Surely not the pause for BM. It's a crash. Okay, it's a crash.
It's a crash. It's a crash, guys. Come on. Trust. We're not figuring out what we need to do next to escape from this one. That is a big pickoff. A massive pickoff for Crow. Having those super troopers in play as well is going to be big news for the underdogs, because they're going to get a lot of work done now, especially onto Guardians, especially onto Walkers. This is the time to push. It's not the time to fight. Overall, it's still going to be difficult because that 7 is a real issue. Ivy's at that point in the game where she's max stacks into airdrop, so she's getting the silence and the disarm, which versus this team is actually fairly impressive, right? Versus Kelvin, Lady Geist, Haze, Lash, as well as the Viscous. That silence and disarm is absolutely horrendous to go up against.
All right, we're back into it at least. It seems like everything's been resolved.
Nice.
Crash recovered straight into the fight, and everyone's doing what they do best, cleaning up. Mostly the entire team wiped, and that's going to be the last of the pieces really to fall with just 7 in position at this point. Mirage back up from the rejuve buff as well. And it couldn't have gone better, mate. The steal on it was miraculous, really. Nicely played from Crow. Had great timing, swoops in, much like a Crow, mate. He's seen something shiny and he's stolen it.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, that steal, it felt criminal because I don't really think there should have ever been a situation where they were able to pull that off. It felt wrong. There was only one target on there. Ivy wasn't prepped with the stone form to prevent the steal either. It was sloppy. I'd go as far to call it sloppy. And that opens up, like I said, with the Super Troopers. You got yourself another walker. Out goes down the alchemical fire. That is ticking.
Oh, damage across the board is pretty chunky right now. Everyone's suffering. And the form's looking pretty good to clean up, at least burn the majority of rejuvenators off of the entire team. So you get the free pickups with Hoot being the last to be caught. He was looking for the hide round the corner. It's not going to work there. So an instant answer from 789.
Yeah, quick ult back as well to base. I genuinely thought that Boss was just going to commit for that walker. They would have got their second flex slot off the back of it. But again, he didn't have rejuve in his possession, so he would have staggered the death timer on that. Lash goes in with a ult though. On to Tinky Winky. There is a lot of damage going through. Either a decay or a heal bane's on side there, as he was not healing any of that up.
Your team is grateful for the work you've been doing.
A bit of a chase back around. Situate yourself in blue lane and finish off the dribble of HP that was left on the walker. And bit by bit, they break down all the objectives that were left alive for the underdogs. It's only York and purple that you've got left at this point in terms of the split.
Yeah. I mean, you've had a 5k swing in terms of souls for the underdogs. This is truly an underdog situation coming through. It is, and it's sad in a best of one as well. It's like a sloppy hold on a rejuve can lead to something like this. I'm sad for 789 because I think that they actually played a pretty beautiful game, at least early.
Get the rescue beam onto the Lash, pull him in.
This is a commit. This is a
It looks
commit
like they
coming through
actually
from
do wanna fight from
789.
this. Really forcing him back. Tried to go for the dive. You might want the fight, but underdogs certainly don't. They don't hang around, at least. Quick ball, straight back in lane. Rest of the squad gets there. Everyone fragments.
Headed to yellow.
Yeah, I think for the underdogs, they're now in a situation where they can fill that last flex slot. So likely going to be a bit of farming going on as they kind of rearrange some of those items on side. One walker away from having the third, though, here for 789. And they desperately want to take control of that. Being delivered right now by Tinky Winky. Opts to go for the subway. May as well, especially if you're carrying the urn. Head through subway, break a lot of boxes. Maximizes time spent with that jar on your back.
Headed to yellow.
Our purple walker is under attack.
Oh, this is smart. And they know it. They need that flex slot. So they immediately just break down towards the walker. The rest of the team stands out to the side. It's an amazing bait coming through from 789. Wonderful stuff.
Hook, line, and sinker. Clap back from the haze, looking to try and burn him down with the sheer damage, but Raf cannot commit to it. Slammed up by Tinky Winky. And all off the back of the bait with the urn. The base is getting ripped to pieces. They slowly peel back over. Near miss on the grab. Oh, Geist thought she had gotten away. But Tinky Winky with the shoulder knocks her into the wall.
Nice.
It continues as well. Combo straight back. Goo Cube to break the sequence. Still dumping damage on him. Abrams getting low, but slipping out with support of the Paradox.
Yeah, Abrams just tempted to get away. There's more damage just pouring on over towards their side. And all the while, Trax is taking down that walker. And again, I want to talk about this just after we see what occurs here as Tinky Winky will go down. Then it's Eric Pritz next. And Crow wants a little bit more. Looking for those shiny things off in the distance. And Paradox is looking awfully shiny to Crow. Yeah, the main thing there is the pivot. It's the pivot from the underdogs. And it's the first time this game where I've truly seen like a very good macro play from them. because it definitely was more of a recovery than it was a plan, but it was a great recovery because they see they go to take their Sapphire Walker, they group up on it, immediately you get 2 sets of players sending over towards York and purple lane Jacky, and they take both walkers, so they trade the 3rd flex slot for a 3rd flex slot. It's very, very well done. I was super proud of the underdogs there. It's a nice play.
Yeah, switched on sequence.
But you think you hate me now? Just wait till I kill you.
But now you potentially reap the benefits of what you've sown here. Dive in through the window. It gets a little bit uncomfortable for Lash.
That's
Tons
a
of damage dumped on him. And it goes from worse to even worse. As the dive from the Ivy straight back over the top rope, looking for the full commit on it. The burrow with the Moe and Krill chasing you down as well. Combo in the back pocket, but you're blocked by the ice. Frozen shelter goes up for Kelvin, looking to stay alive. Oh, mate, it's all going wrong. They get the grab off, pull back as well. Satrax is trounced, and everyone in this lane is suffering. Even Hayes looks for the ult.
I mean, Hayes has to do something here. 32k souls, and with mid-boss starting up here, this is a very, very bad time. He continues to get these picks here. Eric Pritz goes very, very low. Scorn will keep him up a little bit longer. The healing booster playing into effect here massively. Raph is down to Dartian.
Back in again, Eric Pritz with the burrow, looking to live on borrowed time. Back up towards the shop. They dive. Mirage caught. Bossy not making boss plays today, and Cola has been spilt all over the floor as Ivy shuts down the Viscous. And again, it's just Lash. Crow stole the Rejuvenator last time around and gave them a chance back into the game. It's almost like he's been dealt the same card again. It would be a hell of a last-ditch attempt if he wants to go for it.
I know he's
Doesn't
coming.
seem like he wants it, mate. No smoke on this one.
I mean, Death Slam could have potentially been something coming through here. He's worried. Stone Form in play. They're not going to make the same mistake twice, so they'll just give it up. For the underdogs, yeah, it all starts from Crow there. It's a overconfident push through the window. Felt like a robber breaking into a home with a pit bull as Tinky Winky comes out of nowhere. And that is a classic pit bull name right there as well, is Tinky Winky. Seems cute. Is vicious.
Have you met my dog Tinky? Yeah, he doesn't bite much. That would be the instance. Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, the T-FAR being shown on this game, though, just passing the 30-minute mark, and there's been some interesting storylines from it. Underdogs definitely living up to their name. They play with that as almost their mantra. They sort of keep you guessing on the edge of your seat in the early game. They make some crazy comeback plays, and it turns into a bit of a nail-biter. It's almost reminiscent of what we saw back in Game 1 in some cases.
Yeah.
Certainly not over yet, though.
Yeah, it's a scary prospect now as well with Eric Pritz picking up Phantom Strike. That will make him more of a problem. Phantom Strike into a Rescue Beam combo. Kidnap a player from the side of the underdogs. Difficult. So, right now, Cola's going to have to be very, very quick on these cubes. He wants to keep any of his teammates alive. It's a lot of pressure being put on Cola here. Puddle Punch to keep him at bay. Cube to save the kidnapped player. Paradoxical Swap is still something that's in the back pocket for 789 as well. So yeah, just searching for some of those picks here. Again, for 789, they have been using this urn to bait out a lot. This time around, though, they're just going to send it in. And the underdogs do not want to play this game.
So another free urn claimed. Take those souls and put them in the bank. For 789, we've got a big grouping over towards Greenwich, with a lot of the squad hiding in secret. Front line on that side would be Kelvin and the Hayes. Kinetic Carbine called in as well. So the Paradox Prime, just in case you catch a whiff of them, you can get the sudden damage out, slow them down, and leave them susceptible to potentially an engagement. Just knocking on the door at this point. The Barbarians at the gate here.
Yeah, I mean, luckily for the underdogs, they're playing with a Geist, and Essence Blast can definitely be something that will just keep those troopers at bay. When you keep throwing out the Essence Burst, like, you're happy. It's going to stop a lot of this pressure coming through from 789 because she can solo hold lanes, which is something that's really quite beautiful, having a Geist on your team, especially for these moments. So instead, 789 makes the smart play. They'll just rotate back. They'll pick up all their jungle. They might try steal some as well whilst the pressure's on, but that's rejuvenation credit gone. So 789 mortal again.
And any good moment where there's downtime is the ideal moment to farm. 7 straight back on it, dropping out the lightning balls and taking no prisoners.
Yeah, 51k. I mean, he's a prime target right now. But you get to the point where that spirit lifesteal just makes you really difficult to take down. It's going to have to be like CC into CC into CC just to remove that 7. And at that point in time, you've spent a lot just to take him out. Pocket, they pick up Soul Rebirth, even more slippery. 7's got Silencer on side, but no unstoppable. I think that is the key aspect here, because he is really the keystone in this team. They can take him out, life becomes easier. So you can see how careful he's playing.
Yeah, you want to be a surprise factor more than a known quantity where they can set themselves up to counter the 7. Want to hit them with that surprise. There's the engage from a pocket. They go flying in over the top. Abrams on the chase with the Mo and Krill. Ults all round, ult economy at the minute. Everyone's got it in play. So there is room for some absolute fireworks when we get a fight out of this. The Soul Rebirth could always be a bit spicy as well.
Yeah.
Usually it's if they don't clear it. They're aware of it at least. It was pinged, so you're going to be prepared. Second one brought back in contest, and that's actually going to be Lady Geist. That's going to be a little bit of an annoying backbone.
Yeah, it's actually, I think Soul Rebirth works really well on Lady Geist, honestly. And I think it's one of those things where she's quite difficult to take down in the first place. A lot of Spirit Life still. She's got the Siphon as well. The Soul Exchange. She's difficult to take down in the first place. It's very similar to how Pocket plays. Yeah, I'm curious how this next team fight goes, because essentially Crow's got a massive task ahead of him. He's on 31k souls, so he's definitely not the most fed on the team, but he has to split the squad up, and that is a massive pick-off. That's what they were looking for. I have no idea how they grabbed him. Tornado completely catches him off guard, and again, no unstoppable. I think at this point in the game, where there's so much CC on side of the underdogs, you have to be buying unstoppable into this, or at least not playing so far in the open.
And now they know as well, you get a ton of info from this with their target prioritization of how the underdogs are playing, and it bodes well. It seems like they know where they need to be when it comes to a fight. Here's the dive in. Lady Geist. Soul Rebirth on deck still. Dumping the damage. Good focus of splitting the attention onto the base Guardians, but there is a pause. It's been called in by Eric. The Mo and Krill. Lag issue. All right, we'll get that resolved and then get things rolling again. Fair enough. Ooh, very nice from Crow.
Flirty. Crow. Very flirty. Flirtatious.
He's in a good mood.
Yeah, flapping his wings, puffing out his little feathery chest. That's how it is. Yeah, with the 7 gone, it's kind of the similar vibe to the Geist, right? You lose that lightning ball, you lose a lot of lane clear. Luckily for them, they've got Scorn, they've got Kudzu Bomb. But Malice can be the biggest problem for Geist. I think it's one of the abilities that people underestimate in terms of objective clear, because stacks up to 4 times, increases damage done to that target by a ton. And Lady Geist with the headshots onto at least these base Guardians, just shred through them. Same case for the Shrines. They've got 30 seconds to get a lot of work done here, though. So they're on a clock.
Well, here we go then. Game's live again. Problems aside, the problems in the matchup continue.
Lovely.
Oh, mate. The dive onto the pocket's
Rebirth.
good. Shrines are being destroyed. Don't think it's really going to help too much in a spot like this, looking for the getaway. I mean, maybe just
He's
make
out.
it slightly more annoying. They take Mo instead. Like you say, the pocket did peace out and stay alive. Did drop the ult, though.
Yeah, losing Mo, though, is a big deal. It's a really big deal. That pick potential onto some of those important targets gets removed out the way. Tornado up in 3 seconds. Yeah, it was a lovely silence glyph onto that pocket. He felt like he was safe, but he was out of position. Silence glyph completely catches him off guard. Team tries to come in to assist, but only ends up causing problems themselves. And the underdogs, from what looked like a bad situation, are bringing it back. But in comes the airdrop. This is the engage. Seven's available. Lightning bolt goes in close quarters, doing a ton of damage.
Oh, it's a big fight. And it's a big turnaround. It's 7, 8, 9 that are proving they've still got stock to fight in this one. But Hoot with the double up straight back from the Soul Rebirth. That old lady can still fight, and she's hitting hard right now. 7 looks for the re-engage. Rescue beam from Viscous to save her.
Nice.
He's back out and look for the getaway. Fight on your terms.
Yeah, they're so low now as well. I think that, honestly, with mid-boss just emerging once again for the underdogs, they have to realize that in this situation, we got to back out. You know, it's a 2-for-2 exchange. We got a ton done over towards their base. We got ourselves a shrine. If you look over at 7, 8, 9, they're still missing that flex slot from the shrine take. For the boys over on the underdogs, they've got themselves their 4th flex slot, and that is a 6.3k item lead, right? Over the team 7, 8, 9, which can be massive. And at this stage of the game, it's likely that the majority of the players on the underdogs can afford that 6.3k item as we get a Soul Rebirth onto the Kelvin, Soul Rebirth onto the Viscous. It's big news.
Your arcane master.
This is where the lines get a bit more blurred as well with some of these fights. And this does happen. Counter Soul Rebirths with Soul Rebirths, mate. It is that sort of poker game of who's going to play chicken and not pick one up. Especially with those lengthy respawn times. Like, you see it on 7. It's just brutal for him. If he gets found again, he's not really in a position to help the squad.
It's like 80 seconds,
Yeah.
something crazy.
It's just so much downtime for 7, 8, 9 where you lose that big power spike. Because obviously he's been the soul hoover. He's just sucking everything up. No one else has got any. So makes it a whole lot worse. All right, there's contact at mid for the pocket. Ooh, look at the damage.
That's kind of nice. Affliction as well. Might get caught off guard. Combo into the cubes. Not doing a lot. Can instantly try and pop the goo ball. They got to remember he's got the Soul Rebirth. He'll be coming back. Instantly will get taken down. This might be a chance now for them to hit over towards the mid boss. But that's combo use. That's airdrop use. That's paradoxical swap. It's affliction. This actually is sort of the best time for the underdogs to try and take a fight here. They don't want any of it. I mean, if they started the mid boss, it would have been likely a death slam because there's no Phantom Strike combo onto the Lash. We'll see what happens here going ahead. They gotta take their chance here, the underdogs.
Giving a lot of time, though, and that's going to be the ult economy slowly coming back for some of the major ults on this side. And they're just grouping up and fighting with it. 7's always got that surprise factor as well, with the Storm Cloud just sat in the pocket, waiting for the right opportunity to pull it out. You force the lane deep, you get a little bit of damage peppered onto the base Guardians, but they don't overcommit, and they do concede back. It's Eric that gets fragmented, so you lose Mo and Krill again.
That's big.
Yeah, over a minute on the reset for that one.
I'll have to leave back to base. I mean, those base guys are getting pushed in right now. Shown on screen. Immediately they'll clear out the troopers. But with that, actually the underdogs are going to try and start over towards mid-boss. Bait it, but they are hitting it heavy. The haze on side with fixation does a ton of damage. And R79 ready, 789 ready for this, Jacky.
You better hope so. Here comes the fight. Slam down. Ivy overwhelmed by Rash, who is all over them like a rash at this point, spitting bullets. Abrams trapped in the face. Oh, shrivels up in the cold. Doesn't look so big on this fight because they are losing numbers. 3 down already. Chase back into the lane. You're looking to push with the initiative you've taken. The underdogs now have the rejuve in the back pocket and run up Greenwich, leaving everyone scarpering.
And this is all off the back of basically that shrine. In they go. Maxicore gets taken down. Lovely pick off over towards them. I think that's GG, Jacky, actually. And it's been a great game from the underdogs. And they have felt like underdogs in this one. The macro control early game from 789 looks amazing, but it's not meant to be. Combo comes through, stalls out on the base. Raf's down, but she'll be coming back. But it is over already. The underdogs will go forward, but wonderful game from 789. Can't really fault them for it.
Beautiful scenes. Let's get back over to the desk then and see what we thought about that one, Dan.
Yeah, I think it was just that macro control, really, from 789 in the early game. I think they had very, very fantastic control over that one. But yeah, I was excited. I was genuinely excited for the underdogs to try and get back into it. But realistically, it was more of a case of the underdogs slowly getting back in towards their macro game in the late portion of the match. Because I think there was some fantastic moves. And again, I don't think that game goes to that length if they don't have that fantastic maneuver where they're able to get both the walkers when 789 think that they've pulled a fast one, taking their final walker for themselves.
I am aware I'm muted.
You're not anymore. You're not anymore.
Okay, cool. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, that was on my side because obviously I'm pressing all the buttons.
No, it's okay.
but-
So, I mean, we can tell them. It's fine. It's a chill stream. Guys, the only production person is basically Jacky for this. We are not a restream, we're a co-stream to the Deadlock Core tournament. So we didn't organize this. We are just here last minute as a little, like, you know, co-stream. So it is just Jacky doing the whole thing. Production might come into, like, issues, audio issues. They'll happen. It happens. It's a broadcast. So yeah, give us a break. And I appreciate you bringing up these issues. We will fix them as the show goes on. And it's just Jacky, so... He'll fix them, rather.
Jacky, man.
Jacky, producer Jacky today.
Yeah, I'm on all the buttons. I got the
How's
stream
it
deck
going,
there.
by the way? How's the producing been? Has it been all right?
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. You know, it's okay. How's it over there in your ivory tower, not having to produce?
Wow.
I love
Didn't expect that retaliation.
So good.
My God. All right. Well, talk to me about that first rejuve. I think that's where it all went wrong.
The
I'm
crow
not gonna
steal.
lie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, that was wild. I actually don't know how he got away with that one. It's like Crow he covered himself up in butter before the game. It was so slippery.
From the butter bell.
Yeah. It was crazy, man.
He was equipped.
It was just sloppy. It was honestly sloppy for 789, and it made me sad because I think the rest of their game was very pristine. By comparison, that one rejuve hold, because they were playing on the outside. I think they try to cover all their bases, but I think sometimes you do get into your head about this type of thing, and you don't leave enough people on the rejuve itself. It was frustrating to watch because I do think that Crow gets away with murder there, honestly.
Ooh, that's a good one. By the way.
Yeah, and so I think for the lads over on 789, they're probably very upset about that game, and I would be as well, because genuinely my heart goes out to them because I think they played such a good match. But the underdogs were able to bring it back towards the end, and that's not to say the underdogs didn't have a fantastic game towards the end of it, because they really did. It was a hard match for them.
No, it was. I think it was. I'd say overall just a very interesting one where that's sort of the flavour of games we had today. Obviously, we're covering the underdogs, sort of seeing how they've been doing in terms of both of the matchups. Yeah, they do just live up to their name. Like, it feels like that is sort of the embodiment of how they play. They've got a lot of talent.
It's
There's good
true.
teamwork, but they like to keep you on the edge, and then they just somehow
They're
pull
the
off a play.
underdogs.
Yeah, they pull off these like low percentage plays, and it make it look all okay. And everyone thinks it was like, fine, guys, it was calculated the whole time.
It's just rough because this is a best of one bracket. So, and in a pro-ish tournament, rather, a competitive scene, I'd say.
Pro-ish.
Yeah, pro-ish. So I think that these little mistakes, they do add up in this environment. And when you're a team that's able to capitalize on those scenes and like take that to your advantage, like the underdogs did, and they flipped the game around, then, you know, that's just what happens in a competitive setting, you know, and we're starting to see some of that here. It's just rough in a best of one bracket for sure. But I do agree with what you were saying. 789 were playing a really great game up until that point. It was just unfortunate with the rejuve, and then I think from that point it was like a downward spiral. But otherwise, we can have a look at the bracket and see what we have coming up next, if you'd like.
Yeah, I can pull it up. I need to update it to the latest one. This is the unupdated bracket, but let me have a look. We'll see how things have gone across the competition.
All right, guys, we just had 789 versus Underdogs. Don't mispronounce the name, Underdogs. And yeah, we will have the updated bracket shortly. As we make that
Ooh,
appear
I
on your
can send you
screens with
this,
magic.
Jackie.
What have you got there?
There you go. Have a look at this. Whack it in the green room.
What have you got for me?
There you go.
What's all this?
that
the
What have
veto?
you-
No, that is that's
oh,
the bracket.
Oh,
So
yeah.
now
That's
it's the
it.
underdogs versus Deadlock dudes. Okay.
Yeah.
You know what? That's not a bad matchup from what I remember. The Deadlock dudes do have a stacked team. Let's have a look.
Yeah, I'm just
Yeah.
looking.
They have McLovin.
Where does this go to? So yeah, this is round 3. Okay, so in terms of what we're covering, just whilst you guys got the bracket on your screen here, it isn't fully updated, but let's guide you vocally. So the next game we're going to be covering here, of course, is going to be that next round. So you'll see Deadlock dudes taking on the underdogs. After that, we're going to go down to the lower bracket, and we've got 2 more best of ones. It's going to be losers round 3 and losers round 4. So we'll join some of our teams that obviously haven't had an undefeated streak at this point in the tournament. We'll go so fast with so many best of ones, doesn't it? It's crazy.
It does,
We're
it does.
rattling through. We're rattling through, guys.
Are you saying we have a losers bracket, Jackie? That's insane. Is that a brand new feature?
It is this time around for EU. The first Deadlock core for EU.
How
It's obviously just
exciting.
only been single elimination the whole way through in the past. They have introduced at least one round of lower bracket. So it's basically that
We're innovating.
first round. If you lose one game, you get a chance. Lose the second game, you are out of the event. It's a bit of a change in format here.
But yeah, let's have a quick look at these teams. Underdogs versus Deadlock dudes. Underdogs, of course, being the team we've been following since the beginning of the stream. And Deadlock dudes being made up of a Swedish player, a German player, and someone called McLovin.
Big McLovin in the building.
This looks like a good team. I'm not gonna lie. I like these names.
You like the names? Yeah, I mean
I
the
do.
names are good. I think that the main thing to look at here, honestly, we have the updated bracket here, and I'll just quickly run you through it now. So it was Pastapinu versus members of society. Pastapinu won. Deadlock dudes were 1 versus my dong, which I'm sad we didn't get to cast actually. But yeah, so Pastapinu lost to Deadlock dudes, and I think that is the main thing to look out for, which is that's Taimu, Mixad,
True.
Kaljami, Big Gooseball, Heavis. That's not a bad team. That's not a bad team. And the fact that Deadlock dudes are able to take them out is kind of a huge deal here. I mean, all these players are very good. Eddie Vote as well, definitely want to look out for. Previously, an Overwatch player that played for a long time and was pretty damn good. Went over towards coaching for a while. So yeah, I think for Deadlock dudes, this will be an interesting game, especially versus the underdogs. Because I think that the underdogs have got themselves to a point right now in the bracket where I feel like unless they really tighten up a lot of these creaky holes in the ship, maybe they have a bit of a leak here and capsize versus Deadlock dudes. We'll see what happens. But again, once this ends, it'll be Deadlock dudes or the underdogs versus Buff Enjoyers or Killing Spree. Now I'm feeling like Buff Enjoyers are probably going to be going over to match 28 here versus the underdogs or Deadlock dudes. So I really do think that the main thing that's undecided right now is Deadlock dudes versus the underdogs.
That's a lot of great points you're making. I didn't even realize. I'm gonna mispronounce this, but Pastine Panu,
Yeah, it's
which
frying
is
pan.
frying pan. Yes, that team actually is OP. You are right. It's made up of Taimu and a bunch of other friends that are just really great at the game. And honestly, for Deadlock dudes to win that match, they must be really great at the game. So I'm not sure. You're right. How much farther the underdogs can go if that's the team they're up against. Like, yeah, sure, they've played a really great game up until this point, but this might be a different skill bracket entirely. I'm not sure. What do you think, Jackie?
It'll be interesting. I think it's going to be an interesting game. You're right there, obviously, in terms of the seeding, you've done well here. You've picked up a pretty good seed on that one, shutting down Frying Pan, being able to push a bit deeper into the bracket. Because technically, if you think about where they were in the bracket, obviously they were seeded second, right? I think in the event.
Yeah.
So the fact that you've actually got that off them, you've effectively taken sort of second seed in this side of the bracket. You're now in a really good spot where you could take down underdogs and then obviously have the potential matchup if things go the expected way, which would be them taking on Buff Enjoyers, which could be pretty slick indeed in terms of the upper bracket BO1 to see where you're put through. Yeah, I'm liking the way things have shaped up here. I've got the updated bracket on screen for a sec as well for everyone at home, so you don't have to worry. You can also use ! bracket, and that'll pop up the Liquipedia page. The Deadlock core team are doing a great job keeping that updated during the show as well, so you can check out
Ooh.
what's going on there if you're unfamiliar. But yeah,
There's also another game that we could look at, which is not the one we are covering, but Buff Enjoyers versus Killing Spree is what's on the other side of the bracket. And Buff Enjoyers, you know, they are a winning team. There's just nothing else to say about it. But Killing Spree, I don't know how well they'll measure up, because looking at these teams, none of them really stick out to me, the ones that they've won against so far. Buff Enjoyers might just have a free pass into the finals, or the end of day one, rather.
it's always fun. It's always fun seeing the Buff Enjoyers. Obviously, they've kind of been they've been living it lavishly for a while now, but
Yeah.
they've finally been running into some road bumps and being checked a
Ooh.
little bit. So that's why it's been more interesting now. You know, it's not as cleanly cut anymore.
Yeah.
And they're a very fun team to watch as individuals, of course. You got the personalities on that squad.
But we've got the underdogs, and I'm excited to see where they go,
Underdogs.
like how they take this match. You know, will they come out on top? It looks unlikely, but that's their whole shtick, isn't it? I'm excited. Let's
They're
come
doing
back to
great with the
camp,
branding. They're doing great with the branding. Yeah, we can,
Let's come
we
back
can
to
come
desk.
back. Okay, I'll bring us back over.
just so we can discuss face to face. You know, I
Here we
want to
are.
see. Hello.
Hello.
Oh. But yeah, underdogs with a W. I am excited for the match. I don't know exactly how much farther they can go with their shtick, but it would be really cool, you know, if they actually managed to do it. You know, it would be like the story of the century, you know, and then they'd be up against potentially the Buff Enjoyers, which is a game in itself. So, you know what? I'm with it. I'm here for the narrative.
I mean, at this point, yeah, we've been following the underdogs for 2 rounds, doing pretty
Yeah,
good. It's a
right?
good start to the night. They must be feeling hype. Like, let's see how far it goes. That's right. Like, ironically, they are living up to their name, playing some great Deadlock. So that's all you can really do. You just got to keep turning up to each game. Same could be said for Deadlock dudes, though. That's the only caveat, right? It's kind of a very similar run for them. If anything, you could say they've had some bigger
Yeah.
upsets by far.
I mean, beating the number 2 seed is kind of big. Remember the number 2 seed, Padwick. Number 1 seed, Buff Enjoyers.
Yeah.
Right. This is kind of the
Blank
category we're
is
putting
skeptical.
both those teams in.
Blank is skeptical of the underdogs.
I am, yeah. Because like I said, I think it's a case of. It's just a case of I think that the underdogs are a good team. I think they've got a
No,
lot
the
of good
facts,
potential. And they're one of the few teams I've seen out there that has this ability. Because I think that you will watch a lot. If you've seen a lot of Deadlock games, and I'm sure you all have if you're watching right now, you'll see a lot of the players in those matches. They will crumble minute 20. And it's very hard to get back into a match. But underdogs have this like very nice ability that you don't see in many other teams to be able to actually figure out a plan halfway through. And again, that was the big moment that I was so excited about when they had that recovery where it was in case they baited out the urn, they moved across that side of the map, instantly they pivot over towards the Sapphire Walker, they take it, they get the third flex slot. And what do the underdogs do? They take 2 walkers at the same time. But that wasn't something that was like, we've planned this. That was in the moment. How do we fix this scenario? How do we make it into a better situation? Because I think that's what a lot of Deadlock is how do we make the best trade for ourselves in the moment? You've got to be very, very good. So whoever's IGLing on that team, whoever's making the final call, doing a fantastic job. Hats off to you.
Absolutely. And while we wait for the next game, just a reminder to everyone that we do have a subscribe button. Wow, a subscription. Yay. If you want to support Dead Air, feel free to subscribe to us on Twitch. Look, you get cool emotes. I subscribed because I wanted 3 months of free Discord Nitro. So you should too. Yeah.
Just making the most of the brand deals. Just taking
Little
that on.
plug.
Yeah. No, fair enough. Fair enough. You might as
But yeah,
well. The emotes are nice. There's more
I made them
coming.
all myself, so you know.
They're a
Slow
big
down
fan.
originals. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. We just need to plug that we do have a subscription button. Wink, wink. Anyway, we are still waiting for the next match, so stick with us as we wait for that to start. Do we even have the draft yet? Do you know, or are we waiting? We can throw it to a break.
We're still waiting for the draft to come up. I think teams are getting sorted in the meantime. We could go to a little break, just have a little bit of downtime as we've been going for 2 matches so far. And we could come back pretty soon and I'll get all the information in the meantime. So, yeah.
Lovely.
So we're going to throw it to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in a second. Don't go anywhere as we get into the next match of the day. Thank you. welcome back to the Deadlock Core Tournament number 3, brought to you with collaboration of Dead Air. My name is Daisy, and I'm joined by Jacky and Blank. To all of you who waited for us, hello, welcome back. We are here with the next game shortly. Before we get into the next game, let's just banter a bit, if that's cool. Jacky, if the underdogs were a type of dog, what breed of dog would the underdogs be?
Ooh. Corgis. They would all be corgis. However, Crow would be a very elaborate corgi that's like cosplaying.
Okay.
That dog loves Attack on Titan, so he's just swinging in as Lash Corgi. That's what I'd go for. But yes, the underdogs would be corgis. They're doing a great job, and they would
that's
deserve
cool.
the pets. Yeah.
I can see a corgi squadron rising up. That's sick. Okay, nice. Blank, what do you think?
Ooh, I don't know, like a cocker spaniel. Couple of cocker spaniels.
Cocker spaniel.
That's a
Yeah.
pick. Why is that?
Yeah, they're slippery, fast, sometimes quite annoying. They've got it all. Got it all.
Fair enough.
Right
Frustrating
then.
to play with.
I
Do
guess,
we?
yeah.
Great. Awesome. Do we have a draft, Jacky?
What's wrong with
We
my
do.
cocker spaniels?
Okay.
He loves cock.
Blank loves cock, this guy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we do have a draft though. Draft
Okay,
going
let's
on.
pull it up.
We can cue you up. We can audibly pull it up. So it's underdogs with the first
we
ban.
making like
That's
a-
Infernus. They take them out. Deadlock dudes. They ban Mirage, and then we do have the majority of picks. There we go. Final picks locked in. Okay, so underdogs roster. It's going to be Ladygeist, Ivy, Seven, Lash, Warden, and Grey Talon. And Deadlock dudes are going in with a comp of Viscous, Wraith, Paradox, Shiv, Pocket, and Kelvin. For those of you that are fans of Temperature.
Oh, that's lovely. What do you make of this, Blank?
I make of it that the underdogs are playing something very similar, but Talon as well as Warden. I like that they're bringing the Talon back out. For Deadlock dudes, the Shiv's going to be a bit of a difficult one. I also think Wraith is really strong. Shadow Weave Wraith at the moment is kind of a big deal. But yeah, taking Kelvin as well as Viscous away from the underdogs is going to be tough for them. So I feel like the Deadlock dudes got through their game with Pastin Padu quite quickly, to the point where they could maybe watch in over on our stream even, and check out what was happening versus the underdogs. So taking away Viscous and Kelvin, a little bit of a struggle. We'll see what the underdogs have in store for us here with that comp.
You know what? I think you're right. I think the underdogs have a nice comp for sure. It's cool to see them whip out the great talent, absolutely. And they could have some good synergy, but the Deadlock dudes just have way too many dangerous heroes on their team. With Kelvin being just so good all around for whatever style of play, and we know that Deadlock dudes are pretty scary. So you know these aren't good heroes for them to pick. Pocket, Paradox, Shiv, Viscous, all of these are deadly in the right hands. What do you think, Jacky?
I had a thought, but it was more adjacent to the topic of conversation. But I was just
Sorry.
thinking it would be hilarious if Kelvin obviously had an alternative ult where, kind of similar to Viscous, he rolled around as a big snowball.
Oh, that'd be cool.
just
What if he
imagine
fired
that.
snowballs? Like,
Yeah,
pum,
I
pum,
thought that would be
pum,
fun. Well, like snowballs out of his snowballs,
Ooh.
balls everywhere,
Ooh, balls
Just
everywhere.
firing off.
We
Well,
do know Deadlock is
yeah,
fans
that's-
of balls.
That's what I mean. We did come to the conclusion that Valve love
Why do we
balls,
keep
and
coming
maybe-
back to?
Everything to do with Deadlock is
It
just
always
slightly
comes
ball
back.
shaped. The
I
logo
hate
is a
it.
ball. All the heroes have ball based
Right.
abilities. Like,
Let's talk
It's-
about the bands quickly and
It's a game
move
for
away from this
balls.
ball-based conversation.
Okay.
So Mirage, we see a ban finally, and we also see another Infernus ban. Now, give me your thoughts behind this, reasonings.
What are your thoughts behind this? So I want to bounce off. I want to bounce off
me
this
or,
one.
or
yeah.
Jackie, who are you speaking
You.
to?
I
I'm the
wanna-
host. You're the analyst. Analyst casters.
You could know summer.
All right, here's my
Yeah.
thoughts on it.
what do you
Yeah,
reckon?
because I want to bounce. I want to bounce. A little
I
bit of a
reckon
bounce, you know.
that Deadlock dudes definitely, if they could probably play Mirage well. I think if when we're thinking about that untapped potential, they would be the ones to probably make a play. So I think it's safe to ban Mirage. They might have some tricks up their sleeve. They might have been experimenting. Who knows?
Deadlock
but
dudes,
it's
I
a
think,
safe play,
ban
for
Mirage.
sure.
Yeah.
I don't know about Infernus. I know a lot of people like banning Infernus because
Yeah.
he can be dangerous, but I feel like there could have been higher priority bans here. It's not up to me though, is it?
No, I think the Infernus ban coming through from the Underdog, they banned it 3 times in a row now, so they just don't want
What's
to play
happening,
against
Jacky?
it. That's a banana. That's a little banana there.
Why are you? What's with the
We're
banana?
bringing a
Jacky?
banana. We've had a lot of food banter. You can bring a
Just a
banana
prop.
in
It's
it.
just a little
Yeah.
prop, you
Yeah,
know.
banana prop.
Just trying to throw us off.
Just
Are
for
you?
any
We're trying to talk about the
eagle-eyed
game.
viewers. Yeah, I just thought maybe an eagle-eyed viewer might catch it and go, "It's funny, he's got banana."
Blank's trying to make me do your job. You tell me
do you
about the
mean?
bands. You tell me about the bands.
You tell me about
About the
that.
I think you could also, you
Yeah.
know, have opinions. I think that's okay for a host to have. Have opinion.
Thanks.
Um,
I appreciate your
But
permission.
not onions.
Yeah, but not onions.
Don't
You
have
can't have
onions.
onions.
Restrict-
Bananas
I
are
like
fine.
onions.
Yeah,
Yeah.
bananas
Oh,
are
that's
okay.
good. There you go. I like that. It's a ban, Anya.
Hey!
That's funny. Yeah.
Mm,
Okay.
onion. The pignon.
Opinion.
I do like that.
Oh, that's brilliant. Oh, that's so
Yeah.
good. Okay.
It's also look. It's the green screen mistakes this for green when it is a yellow shade due to the similarity.
It's
So
actually-
I can
That's
It's
why we
actually a
can't
shade
wear
of
things
green.
close to green
Look at
when
that.
we use green screens.
It's a
Totally
shade
yellow's
of green.
A shade
that.
of green.
Well, what is
little bit.
what is a banana when it's fully ripe?
Wait, Sam's here. 5 subs in the chat. Oh, my
my
gosh.
God.
Hello, Sam.
He's there. He's mowing
Good to
grilling.
see you.
Mowing
Invisible
krillin out of his mind.
Out of his mind. He loves it. Big dreamy drummo in the building.
He's the best
Yeah.
mod there is.
We've got most of the people in the lobby now. Everyone seems to be slowly joining up. For
Great.
context of where we are, mid banana
Yeah.
talk, and
Let's
for,
get back to
for
it.
everything else. Yeah, we're covering some European deadlock, some peeling deadlock right now.
Yes.
Mm.
The Deadlock Core Tournament number 3 with $510 up for grabs this time. It is the best of EU, and we are covering the underdogs versus Deadlock dudes who have taken out Taimu's team just this game prior. So it is a strong team, it's a huge game, and it's going to be interesting seeing how the underdogs handle this one, basically, for anyone who needed a little catch-up.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good recap. I have actually got confirmation so I can see the sides, so I'm going to quickly update those.
I got confirmation from Sam that he saw the message. He says hi.
Nice. There you go.
Thanks, Sam.
All right, looks like we're actually almost ready to kick this one
Great.
off. Then it's all ready to go.
Right then, I will let you go enjoy the game between the underdogs and the Deadlock dudes. See you later as we get back to the desk soon.
Gaming. Right then, underdogs, deadlock dudes should be right. Blue side, slightly orangey side.
Yeah, you got it. You got it fine.
There we
Yeah.
go. We're cooking.
Yeah.
We're cooking with gas. We're in
Good, good.
position. We're all set. That's what we wanted.
Yeah, I think I think the Deadlock dudes, they kind of just they go for a good play here. I think the underdogs they really don't want to play against Infernus. But for Deadlock dudes, banning the Mirage away, that was certainly something they were using to their advantage. I think a lot of the picks were coming off from the Tornado on Mirage for the underdogs in the first place. I mean, that's what won them that last massive fight for themselves on that last game. Which was just using Tornado to pick off the 7 from 789, which is a fun sentence to say. But yeah, that was the kind of game changer. So getting Mirage out of the way, Deadlock dudes feels kind of targeted. Feels kind of targeted, man. How would you say that name, by the way? WizQT?
WizQT.
WizQT?
Yeah, WizQT. Most
WizQT.
likely. Let's see. Or WizQT. Like
Whiskey
whiskey.
tea. Yeah, whiskey tea.
Whiskey.
I've determined that he is now known as Whiskey Tea.
There you go. Probably not his name, but might as well be.
We'll throw it out. I think it's a cute name, actually. I like it. Whiskey Tea.
Yeah, big whisk.
Oh, the movement from Boss. Love to see it. Switching lanes here straight away. You get the Talon over towards blue side. So, that's the Viscous and the Paradox. I kind of understand it. Want a bit more poke potential back versus that duo. It's splattered and kinetic carbine. You need some kind of trade going on there. That's dangerous to do. I'm surprised that none of that was denied.
First blood on the board, and it is Cola that goes down. Played a fair bit of Viscous. But this time on the lash, not the ideal start. 7 with a 3 farm. WizQT, there he is. Man of the moment. looking to go in. Was trying to line up the puddle punch, angling the movement to get the knock. Couldn't quite find the slap to actually puncture the Grey Talon. So still living on borrowed time. Low HP, but not bullied enough out of lane. Smooth reposition.
I think with Eliva already finding the first pick off on the Paradox, Paradox can be pretty intense to play against, especially in that early game. And with a little bit of a lead, like Kinetic Carbine becomes even more a problem. You get first blood, you can even potentially just save up for the 1.2k and pick up Mystic Shot as your first item. And I'm curious to see if that's what Eliva went for. But we'll get that on side soon. Picking up armor this early. Okay. Respect. I guess playing against the Talon as well as Lash, get a little bit of spirit armor on side early. You live in life to the extreme.
They're doing parkour all over the place. No regard for anyone else's safety. And seeing what you can get away with. And your hair flow. Greenwich getting pushed out ever so slightly. Crow's had some blinding games today. He's had some very pivotal moments for this team. So we'll see what he's going to get up to. What sort of shenanigans are in store for us on his Warden with some of the good gameplay we've seen from him over the course of tonight's matchups already. 2BO1s deep on the wins. Yet to be knocked into the lower bracket is their matchup versus Deadlock Dudes, where that all ends. Clash here from the Geist, just pushing out the lane, making sure to confirm the souls as well. Putting a lot of pressure on Wraith. And just keeping it uncomfortable. A couple misses there, though. Steady, steady.
It's not quite tracking right now, unfortunately. But yeah, this is a nice thing for Who. I mean, already got a kill early on for Who. And honestly, getting a Wraith on the tower is not always the easiest thing to do in the world. She's pretty oppressive with card trick. So I'm sort of pleased to see that Who is just really aggressively pushing this Wraith in. You don't want to get it too farmed early on. Really delay that Tesla bullets until late mid game. Yeah, good stuff. High velocity mag, monster rounds, as well as hollow point ward. So a lot of clear available for this Warden versus the Kelvin Paradox, Kelvin pocket lane. I think I can get behind it. Ooh, getting caught off on the sign there. It's an unfortunate scenario into the dome. Damn, what a dive.
Yeah, that is really quite rough. Bit of a backbreaker. POV literally here as well, with Cola taking a big fist to the back of the head. So Lash again being free food for the Viscous. That's 3.1k souls in the back pocket there. Off the back of that dive, you get all the time in the world to dump damage on the lane. Warden finally arrives back on the scene, but heads up thinking, and Ashti is able to slide down the ramp and escape scot-free. There's at least a bit of a trade back. That's Cola finally getting revenge. It's not been all sunshine and roses over in Broadway. It's been quite uncomfortable for him. You've gone down twice in terms of these early opening deaths in the space of the first 5 minutes, but does get a pick. Trying to balance that back out. Soul lead wise as well, it's 5.7k on him, so he's getting some farm. He's staying competitive.
Yeah, again, I think 20k is not looking too bad, but a lot of that extra souls is over towards Who, as well as the Talon. In comes the bird, though, will find McLovin, so it's not all for naught there. And best thing about it is that Who does get the assist on the Owl. It's really nicely done. Gank that could have looked pretty bad here turns out slightly more in the favor towards the underdogs. And I sort of expect this to be more of a strong matchup coming through from the Deadlock Dudes. And it just feels, at the moment, pretty even, honestly.
Yeah, it could certainly be a lot worse. It could certainly be a lot worse. Ooh. Confidence there from Crow. Wanting revenge against Ashti, and that is going to be a fairly ruthless play back against the Kelvin. Ooh. Pocket so low, you're peeking out on the back. Grey Talon barely spotting the elbow there. And peels it clean off. So no survive on that one.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bold last stand coming through from Crow, but he was full HP. There's no stuns on side from either Kelvin or Pocket, so he could just sit on it. In comes telekinesis over towards Hoot, and it will be a free kill towards Parkside. Shallow will find Raph. So there is just kills going all over the place. And again, 29k to 29k. It's not the end of the world for either side. At the moment, it is Boss with the majority of the souls, though. Cashing out on a lot of those assists he's getting through from the Owl. Yeah, a lot of that early game presence is held by the Talon. He will fall off a little bit later. Cola's down on the lash. And I think Hoot's next to fall here, but good charge shot. Again, he's back in.
Oh, mate. Dive after dive. All getting a bit scrappy here today. And this gives you room to go in for the engage again onto the 7. Ashty looks to open it. Poke with an 8. Soften up Shiv. Or 7, rather. And force him to reposition. Wrap back over. Warden looking to stack as well. And Ivy's there. Dropping in the stun, but no real bang for the buck. Getting a bit of healing back. Try and sustain the lane. No overcommit, at least, from the trio. They're not going to scrap on this one without a reason to go in. Only just hitting the 8-minute mark as well, so more opportunities to farm coming online.
I'm coming, baby.
It's a pretty good regroup coming through. I don't think that, yeah, both teams kind of have a good sense of when it's the right time to push it and when not. I do enjoy what Deadlock dudes did, though, because they put a lot of pressure over towards that guys. I think they understand that if they let that guys get too far ahead, it's going to be pretty hellish to deal with it, especially from what we saw in that last game from Hoot in sort of that wall in the front line that did so much damage at the same time too. Getting the double fist over towards the denizens, and then instantly over towards Sinner's Sacrifice. Trying to catch up a little bit here, have some more presence in the lane, because a lash that's not feeling too chunky just feels quite easy to deal with a lot of times. You need to have a bit more presence here, and Cola falling that far behind the lash does not feel good.
Objective game being played as well. Bit of space being taken. You've got one Guardian on either side that's currently down. Just about 10 minutes on this one. Shiv relatively overwhelmed, and that's the knock-on effect. Taken down. At least the late bleed will finish off Crow, so there is still some sense of martyrdom play from the Shiv. It's dodging, though, and trying to just evade. That was the game plan from Kelvin. Fancy footwork was good for a few seconds, but he still meets his maker. And there's a big dive over on blue lane as well. It's getting a bit panicky on the dance floor here.
Yeah, who has to back off? But in comes the Viscous once again. Great soul exchange, though. We'll take him very low. Boss still just bullying on the sidelines. 10k souls already. I mean, they took the Mirage away from him. Didn't seem to matter that much, but I think here it might be getting a little bit away from him. Static charge down, but in goes a lot of damage, and I think Boss is going to fall for this one, so they have to make a play on the other side. The map should be able to get this Guardian, but in comes the Wraith, and it's just bad to worse here for the underdogs.
Oh dear, oh dear. And finally, a little bit of a lead is built. It's a free K as well. Over on the pocket, is they're going a little bit rampage mode. Ooh. Only damage back as well. Bit of poke onto the Shiv. Make sure York doesn't get pushed too deep. Just posture for it. And show you're willing to put the fists up if need be. No real deny back onto the farm either. Meanwhile, bit of an earn run going on. That's going to be Kelvin. Quick on a warpath straight over. See if they can deposit that. And look to start to push this lead even further. It is just shy of about 7k overall.
Yeah, I mean, they are pushing further ahead here. I mean, Cola will find himself a Guardian. That's about it. I mean, already you're sending across the air, and there doesn't seem to be too much contest on this as Cola goes down again to Shallow. This game is definitely getting ahead of them for the underdogs. And Deadlock Dudes is just playing pretty good team play right now. And I think that's the difference here. I mean, Boss can do as much as he can, but not quite enough right now, as we're seeing 10k, 12k, 11k across the board. Boss is realistically the only one doing huge amount of work, and that's the difficulty when you play Talon as well. He doesn't have a massive amount of escape tools. I mean, Rain of Arrow sure sends you upwards, but does not give you that distance. And Amber Walker getting taken out at the same time. This is what the underdog struggled with last game as well, as that macro.
Well, slam down there. It's the meteorite man in Ash. His lash will impact them, dent them all. And yeah, it becomes a little bit of a panicking problem, really. Nice early game lead. Still winning a lot of their duels. For the underdogs, they're living up to their name right now. Now, they've had to mount huge comebacks in the past. We've seen uncomfortable solo losses against them where they don't look too clean coming off the back of the laning phase and have to fight for it with some tight plays. This could be another one of those games, but for WizQT, he's just farming, mate. Again, just keeping on going. That's the kill streak building. He looks for the deep dive, basically just playing painful pinball and looking to hit onto him. They do double up the numbers. 3 versus 1, trapped by the Veil. He's looking to hide. They're going to throw fists at him, and it'll connect. So they stop his reign of terror for now.
Yeah, don't see how. To be honest with you, Whiskey T, he has kind of unrivaled goo ball control. I've not really seen too much of it, honestly. So it was good to see there. Teleporter actually attempts to get out, but there's a little bit of the comeback. Honestly, a lot of these trades, though, I don't think Deadlock dudes are too unhappy with it because they continue to force their way down the lane. Still 2 Guardians up and available for them.
Ivy in, stone form, sat on, and possibly flattened. Shiv still living for now, though, keeping his HP up off the back of the sustain, but Grey Talon hits the fadeaway. That's a no-scope on that bad boy, with a shot ripping Shiv to pieces. And Ivy looks for a quick ult for the reposition. Get out of jail free card and stay alive, use it to clear the lane as well. And just put up some blockades at this point. Take opportunities where you can find them, but don't put all your eggs in one basket. They can't afford to really give up a big fight at this stage. Got to look for your advantageous moments where you can. Take a bit of farm, slowly push the lane back out. If they can find a way to assassinate, maybe a solo hero. But yeah, a bit of a slow roll to get back in.
I mean, 77k to 83, like, it's not as bad as it was, right? 16k on boss is the only difficulty right now, I would say. For the underdogs, he is hogging a lot of the souls on their side, which is fair enough. He's done a lot of work with them. But he needs to have big impact. And honestly, you can have talents that have that, but a lot of times he's more of a engager, the initiator with that owl, and a finisher. A lot of times with that charged arrow. And once he's spent them, he's relying on a lot of that just gun damage, which did get a little bit of a buff recently, honestly. So we'll see what boss can get done. But he needs to continue to have a lot of impact, which he has right there. Another owl to open another fight over towards Xenon. Really, really well done.
And it's more map control, more lanes being pushed out. Oh no, he's absolutely bonneted them. Oh, that is rough. The fist thrown out from Viscous. You run down the first. 10-pin bowling. And it's a double up on the frags. Oh, mate. All right, well, that's one way to get the party going even better here for the Deadlock dudes. As they've left underdogs saying their dues.
That's pretty good, though. I like that. I mean, the underdog's probably written their will at this point as well, coming up against Whiskey T. It's a bit of a problem. He's smearing the paper with all this goo. It's difficult right now because I think Whiskey T is playing some of the best Viscous I've seen in a while. The classic rescue beam, one touch into an unbelievable amount of momentum. Owl's looking for him. We'll get the stun off into the binding word. That is a good combo. But fantastic cube gets himself back into position, can hit the splatter, potentially get some puddle punches out of the way. They don't steal the urn just yet.
It's going wrong now, though. Dive back in. Viscous popped, splattered all over the floor. And the gelatinous gamer cannot continue to cause problems for underdogs. That's Warden that will grab the urn, get the confirm off on the additional souls. And they'll take some stock from this one. Dump the ults on him, but it pays off massively. Caught him in position. And being able to stop him there. 4 seconds on the respawn till Viscous is back up in play and WizQT can assist the rest of the Deadlock dudes. Soul Lead starting to lose its gap, but Pocket wants to give them a big opportunity again. Dives deep on the Warden. Luckily, we're back up there and enough distance between them, he will get away with his life. No 1-for-1 on that. Would have been a rough way to have the lane reset.
Yeah, spent a lot of momentum early with the Majestic Leap into Flying Cloak as well as Enchanted Satchel. So Pocket, they just weren't able to quite get in there. Yeah, I think for Warden specifically, as a character like that, when you're making that last stand build, you do become a little bit squishy. But the combo is unreal between the Guided Owl into Binding Word. Like, damn, you are locked in place for a long, long time. It's nice to see. And again, the more boss gets farmed here, the more souls he has. I think that's something that a lot of talents do struggle with, just not having the souls available to get yourself to a position where you can just start shredding with Rain of Arrows, Burst Fire, all the rest. I think he's looking in a good spot right now to actually do some good work in some team fights. I do just somewhat worry a little bit because there's a lot of this pick potential coming through from the paradoxical swap, but for most of the paradoxes we've seen today, I haven't seen some crazy swaps coming through just yet.
No, little swaps just to maximize damage in 1v1s, but nothing too life-threatening. Ooh, Cola, though, bringing the hurt back to McLovin. No love in lane here, round towards Park. Purple is being covered in red as the Walker goes down. That's another one dead. Ivy on the move with the airdrop as well. They're going to clear out at this point, get some info. There's a bit of grouping going on. Kelvin, Pocket, and Paradox coming back on over. Minor damage out. Beam round the corner. Kelvin looking to potentially cool them off a little bit. But all the poke does is send them scarpering and give Greenwich some space again. Crow farming at this point. 17k souls on the head-to-head.
I think right now, for Deadlock dudes, they're just trying to find an opening versus the underdogs, but they're doing a pretty good job to kind of turtle this up a little bit. Keep themselves in position. They have lost 2 of their walkers though, which is a worrying thing with the second flex slot being awarded now to the Deadlock dudes. So it's going to be a little bit of farming, fill out those slots, and then potentially go through and engage, because you could, at this stage of the game, not 20 minutes in, start baiting out mid-boss, because it feels unlikely at the moment for the underdogs to get themselves a decent team fight. Especially with 7 so far behind as well. 17k souls. Not a good feeling when you're playing 7. Not at all.
It's nearly 20 minutes deep. It's been a good run so far today for both of these teams, really. Underdogs been living up to their hype. Staying alive in the BO1s. Skin of their teeth in some instances, but fighting through it. And Deadlock dudes taking some big scalps on their run to this BO1 ahead of us. Again, bit of poking and prodding in terms of the spacing, and you're just waiting for it all to kick off. That's the engage. Lash being grabbed, double dive in. McLovin with the Wraith spraying, and Cola is taken down in an instant. Kelvin feels the brunt of the damage from Hoot as well, as Lady Geist really lets loose on this one. 2 pickups already with a Paradox suffering. McLovin finally goes down for the opening frag versus Lash. In comes the Ball of Death with Viscous looking to have a way to turn the tide on this fight.
Yeah, Hoot's getting towards that point now where he is deadly. Trax will be taken down though by the Shiv. Are now 3 versus 3. We're the dregs of this fight at the moment. Soul Exchange still available. Boss is down, so just 2 players left remaining here for the underdogs. Felt like he could have got a lot better. Investor Stormcloud doing a bit of damage. He will be taking out just Hoot now. We do have Cola coming back, but it might be a little bit too little too late.
Blood money spends as clear.
You can really take in the detail of the game right now. But that's all that matters. Underdogs taking on Deadlock dudes. The dogs trying to be held back. They keep finding ways to get impact. Quick rotate at least, going to path your mate. Make sure that you can get Paradox over to deliver the urn. And guarantee some extra souls off the back of it.
Ash T on the Kelvin. Just baiting around mid. I think this might be an FPS bug, honestly. We'll try and get it fixed ASAP. But just deadlock things, honestly.
Ivy's on the bridge.
Posturing for the urn, though.
Yeah, I think at the moment it is pretty evident that the Deadlock dudes team fight is just a little bit better. But then again, we got to remember that fight was essentially a 5v6. They got the tag onto the Lash very early, understood he was playing from the top side of mid, and quickly responded to that. It was a great paradoxical swap into Flying Cloak and then Enchanter's Satchel. A huge amount of damage went through to him, and didn't even have time to Death Slam.
Okay, well, out round the corner, and it does look like things are going to turn pretty hectic. Ball going in from Viscous. Wizzy T looking to hit him heavy. Drop down on the stone form. Watches Covenant coming out for the extra sustain, but not even that's enough to keep Trax alive. Him and Cola gone. Instant clap back as well. Shiv from downtown swings in with the execute. Pulls out the blade. Slices his way through Crow. And might have just cut a huge portion of Underdog's life in this matchup away from them.
Yeah, again, it's just a team fight potential coming through from Deadlock dudes. Just feels so much nicer. It doesn't feel horrible on the soul count right now. I mean, 6k swing on their side, but Walker should now be taking, giving a lot of that global gold through for the rest of the squad. The cheeky cube to keep him in play. And comes the owl. No one's really low enough, just causing a bit of poke, pushing them further back. They'll hold on to their Walker for now. Over on green. There's a real question of how do they really want to play this out, because again, Soul Lead is getting worse and worse. It was 6k a minute ago. Now it's up to 15. Those Deadlock dudes are kind of just roamed through the entirety of the side of the Underdog's jungle, sniping it off. And every time you take a bit of jungle, you are swinging it both ways. So they are even more valuable on that side of things. Tier 3s do come up now, though, and likely will be taken from the Underdogs ASAP, especially by the 7. You want to pick those up as soon as possible. He is behind, and you want your 7 realistically to be one of the furthest ahead because he scales so well with items.
I do not miss.
Owl's thrown out for the chase. It's McLovin that picks it up, though, versus Crow again. Stopping him from soaring to the heights he was finding in some of the previous BO1s. So again, I mean, 30 seconds of downtime. Looking for the rotate. And on the back, rescue boom to drag over. Use that momentum and make sure you can claim it just a tad bit quicker.
I feel that's one of those funky interactions that likely will just stay in the game. Similarly to Majestic Leap. Drop down into dash, just getting a lot of momentum off the back of it. It's fun interactions, to say the least. Does make pulling the earning pretty easy, though. I'm curious to see how far exactly you can get with one of those.
Well, lift up on the Grey Talon leaves him in a bit of a predicament, doesn't it? It's McLuffin, though, that goes down early. No love in here. Everyone being blown to bits as the DPS is thrown out all over the shop. Shiv instantly pieces out. Meanwhile, the pocket trapped inside the frozen shelter. That's going to be the ult used. Nothing more electrifying for Raph as the batteries run out. Warden on the chase, scrapping against 3 separate heroes and just can't handle the smoke. That's 3 down. Ooh, an even bigger cleanup here. Burst the damage back round towards Greenwich. Hoot and Trax are found. Muddy timings on the respawn. So yes, Slash and Grey Talon are back. But at this point, what do you even do? They dive onto mid-boss. Eyes bulging. And rightly so. This would shock you.
Yeah, I mean, for that fight in particular, again, his team fight potential is just so much better. The engages right now coming through from McLovin are good. He's going down for them, but he's opening up so much space for the rest of the team. Yeah, pretty much free rejuve off the back of this. Cole is not even going to attempt to go for steal. There's team sends back. And Deadlock dudes have just kind of taken this away. You're getting to the point now where you're 30k ahead. This is the type of position where you can just start pushing the base.
And the thing is, though, mate, this is the position where you should be strapping in thinking, all right, yeah, fair play. Deadlock dude's got this in the bag. They're just heading towards the checkout counter. But underdogs, they've given me some moments to believe. I don't know if this is really one of them with how far behind you are. It's just a struggle to get into the groove of the game. Can't really find the farm they want. And yeah, it's not been great for them. But you've had a great run here today. Lower brackets still there, even if they do get knocked down as well. Got some upsets, some good form. Deadlock dudes, though, the bracket run they've had. You were thinking they were going to be playing some great Deadlock, and they're showing us that. Room for it here again, maybe. Dives in. Everyone's setting up for the scrap. It's a stun off onto the Lash. They want to double back and stay alive. They're taking a fair bit of damage from this. Underdogs thought it was good to poke and try and stop them being pushed. But not now.
They try to force it with the last stand, but it's just not meant to be. Again, the instantaneous approach on this fight was very, very good because they instantly backed off. There was no hanging around. They let the last stand just wear off, and now they continue to push forward. And this is what they realistically want to be doing. I think he had the rescue beam on him. I'm surprised. I don't know how Elivo got taken over there. It was kind of a battle of tug of war between the Death Slam and the rescue beam. I think even Ashley was confused.
Quick opportunity to regroup in the ice and heal up. Ooh, the grenade's chunking as well. That was a fastball, 3-pointer, straight to the face of Geist. And that OAP barely limps out of there. Again, looking to go deep on this. Sustainability's good from the Kelvin to keep his teammates alive, and it's McLovin that dumps the damage back. Crow, broken open. Goodbye Hoot, as they're not having a great time on this one. Base Guardians being backed around like pinball sticks, as it's the goo ball from Whiskey T again, just looking to get the DPS out.
Just sitting on towards the Base Guardians. Pretty funny, to be honest with you. Quickly back into the cube. So much self-sustain as well on Deadlock dudes. They can just keep pushing with Frost Grenade, as well as the cube. Ice Dome, crazy. It's good fun. It's good fun so far. I mean, underdogs are just outclassed. But at the end of the day, it wasn't a stomp. And I think that is what we like to see here over Deadlock Core, is a lot of these matches getting closer and closer despite a lot of the talent on display from our players.
Oh yeah, every time this happens, you know, every time Deadlock Core put one of these events on, you see the difference in sort of the quality of competition even further back in different rounds of the brackets or different matchups. More players to watch, more exciting sort of prospects for the future. A lot of good optics always, and the games get closer. You can only beat the opponents that are put in front of you, and obviously not everyone can win. It's why those finals and potentially even the playoff bracket overall is going to be really spicy with some of the teams that we have actually playing over the course of our first European event here. But yeah, man, underdogs doing everything they could. Deadlock dudes, though, really massively ahead in terms of the souls and pulling out all the stops in the fights. Looking to see if they can cause a kickoff here for the Urn.
Always funny watching the Paradox with endurance speed, kinetic carbine, divine barrier on top of it. Hella fast. Sprinting on through. Yeah, I think the difference between this and the other matches we watched from the underdogs is there's a few stalls out where, you know, the underdogs are able to win a couple of fights, but team fight wise, Deadlock dudes are just a lot better here. And you have more of that punishment, right? There's a lot more consequences being shown by the Deadlock dudes. And it does make sense considering a few of these guys are from Overwatch that they would understand how like a team fight would work. It's good to see. It is really, really good to see. I think underdogs are just getting punished for more of their mistakes. But I implore underdogs to keep playing because that is a strong team. A little bit of work here and there, you know, they could be really good.
Lower bracket still to go as well, so even if they get knocked
Yeah.
down, potentially we'll even see a little bit more of the
I hope so.
underdogs and see how they do for the rest
Losers
of the day.
brackets. That's their playground.
Yeah,
Where the
mate, should
underdogs
be.
belong.
That's your namesake, your
Yeah.
birthright here in the Deadlock Core 3.
Take them out.
Whiskey T's been having a great day of it in the office as well. Good farm. Good movement on the Viscous. Great understanding of the kit. Knows all the tricks.
Yeah, again, I think I said it earlier, but I do think that Whiskey Tea has had some of the best control over Viscous I've seen in a tournament in quite a while. In a tournament, I have seen some crazy Viscuses just specking some matches, but yeah, Goo Ball is not an easy ult to use and get a lot of effectiveness out of it, right? I think people can get it up to like a high potential on it, but not a lot of people are able to really juice it for 99% of its worth. But that's what Whiskey Tea has been getting done in this game. It's very sweet. 45k here on this pocket. We're sort of at that point in the game where we're waiting for mid-boss to spawn. We'll bait it. And if the underdogs want to try and engage, likely they'll lose the team fight and then it will be a finish from there.
Feels like that's what we could be setting up for.
Oops, it's a bit high.
Yeah, he's trying to get his little movement on the go. There you go with the ricochet out, pull back in with the punch.
I was just praising you, bro, for the movement. Let's not mess up there. Female leg jump. Oh, dude, it's almost as if he knew he was being obsed.
Yeah, mate. The panic. He's panicking. He's panicking. And all you really got to do is just sit pretty at a point like this. I mean, you're living it lavishly. You just want that chance to take the fight really when they give it to you. See if you can bait him in. Damage onto the mid-boss. Bring old Big Eye down to low enough health. Get the call out. See if they go in for the gamble and roll the dice on it. This would be the field day for Viscous as well. Whiskey Tea. It'd basically be his Thunderdome that they'd push into. Everyone postures for the fight just in case they are going in on it. Quick stun across onto the Ivy. That's Paradox looking to dump damage here. Whiskey Tea round the side as well. He's eyeing him up. He sees the opportunity.
Trax goes down. It was an unfortunate paradoxical swap there, actually, because Trax plummeted from the sky. I had a very similar situation on Paradox before where you throw out the swap and you think it's on target and then the momentum just absolutely goes. And it should just be a finish. And I mean, it's the worst target to go down as well for the underdogs. Losing the Ivy, it actually stops a lot of your pressure on the rejuve. You don't have Stone Form to work with. And now they have to go for something. In comes the Owl and they look for a steal.
Dude, that's so rough. You try your best from it, but the steal isn't going to be there in the end. Guys cannot get grippers on that one. Hold down from Deadlock dudes. Even with damage finding their way, it won't matter. You've got the Rejuvenator to work with, and the Execute comes out. The axe is swung from Shiv, and they lop the head off. 3 players survive. Quick respawn time as well on the Staggered Death. You're going to be able to push this out and look for a finish here.
They've even kept all their lanes pushing as well. And I think this is just prep the guys from Deadlock Dudes have been going for. Slice and dice through the base guns, a little bit of extra damage, sends on through. But yeah, should be at least try and see it. Probably they'll take out Patron as well, weaken it, and then go for the final fight with 3 rejues on side, maybe. But 53k on that shiv, he is beastly.
Yeah, his backpack is popping with souls. In first form of the patron, going down easy. Transforming into the weakened state and the base being held as well. No pathway out for any of them. It's just uncomfortable. It's like looking out the window but knowing you're never getting out of the locked door. In goes the viscous cube over the top. Whiskey T really wants to keep them penned in so no one can deny the damage that's being unloaded onto it. The patron about to go down. Underdogs run in the upper bracket. It was damn good for the first 2 BO1s, but Deadlock Dudes will be able to send them down to the lower bracket and stay alive here in Deadlock Core number 3. Let's get back to the desk. Hello.
All right, guys. Hello. Well, you know what? It's as expected, right? But it wasn't as big of a stomp as we thought. What do you guys think about that match?
Yeah, it wasn't as big of a stomp that came through. I think that when we look at it that way, the Underdogs did a good job. It became more of a stomp towards the end game, just purely because they had way better control over their team fights. I think that was the big difference maker, is that the team fight potential for the Underdogs wasn't really there with their lineup. They had some pick potential, but the combinations didn't feel quite right. A lot of the picks that we've seen the Underdogs going for, like the Kelvin, the Viscous, Mirage, they'd all been removed from them. So I think that the Underdogs had to come up with something on the fly. But again, I think they were seeded at 11th, right? I think they were seeded at 11th. 11th is honestly amazing for them to get to this point. Go against Deadlock Dudes, who took down the number 2 seeds. It was certainly a good game. Yeah, it was certainly a really, really good game.
And there were those moments where I was like, okay, is this the moment? Is this the moment? Is this the time it all comes back? And I kept expecting them to be the underdogs and make it happen somehow. But yeah, as it got to the mid to late game, it became more and more of a stomp, as you said. So yeah, at some point, I guess the potential is just lost. But it is incredible that they've made it this far, and they held up their own against such a formidable team as well. I expected it to be much quicker, and no, it was actually a pretty great game. What do you think, Jack?
Yeah, no, good matchup all in all. You know, again, like we said, right, fair play to them. Obviously, it's a hell of a feat actually to get quite a few BO1s deep, take some big games. It's just a hard opponent. Deadlock Dudes look really good. They had a super stacked run through the bracket as well, so you've had to take some big names early, put themselves into a good spot. Played some great Deadlock on the day. And yeah, I mean, now you're really in the dream position where for them, you kind of get to keep punching upwards and see how far you can go with it. Maybe there's a bit of a run in with a buff enjoyers, see how that one goes down. That'll be obviously later on tomorrow with more coverage over on Moot Monthly as well. So pick your poison for what games you want to watch. But yeah, a nice game to see. And very cool to see potentially how far they might go. Now they're in the lower bracket.
Exactly.
That's the one
100%.
interesting caveat, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I honestly, we actually have a lower bracket game right now. We've got 789 versus Pastin Panu. I think it's ready to go. I think that we were a little bit slower on our games over here, but things were getting cleaned up quite quickly on the lower bracket side of things. But this should be a fun one. So this is the 2nd place seed versus the 3rd place seed in lower bracket. What's that all about?
Yeah, been knocked down, lost their seeds, and now we've got to see if they can find their way again, really. All in all, I think, again, this is where it's starting to heat up a little bit. Ruthless matches now, though, of course, because as much as there's the blessing if you have that lower bracket, it now means, again, you know, some teams have to just go through the sadness of losing 2 BO1s on the night. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see who can turn up, basically, out of 789 and the frying pan.
Yeah, oh, that's good. That's good, actually. No, it's not ideal. Obviously, it is going to be sad for some teams, but only one team can win that $500 prize. Not everyone's going to be a winner, and that's just how competition works, unfortunately.
It's not
but you
like
know what?
sports day.
The underdogs, they still have a chance. There's a whole lower bracket now. It's a brand new mechanic. Woo. And it's going to be interesting to see what they can bring in this format as well. What do you expect, Blank? What do you think is going to happen?
In this next game, 789 versus Pastin Panu.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see. I think Pastin Panu looking to get back into the swing of things. I don't think that they felt like they should have been out of this game as early as out of the upper bracket as early as they went. So they'll be fighting hard, as will 789. You know, in the second and third place seeds, they've got street cred on the line.
Fair enough. And Jacky, any last minute predictions before I let you guys go into the game?
I'm just excited to see how this one goes. I think this is going to be fun. Let's see if Winland can do some damage. That's going to be a good game.
Right. Well, enjoy 789 versus Frying Pan.
There you go. The pronunciation might evade you, but their gameplay certainly won't. It's going to be center focus here as we can kick it off then. 789 on the left-hand side of your screens with Pastin Panu, smiley face, for the Finnish side, of course. No names blank. It should be kind of fun to see these guys play. Looking forward to this one, especially with the added caveat of it being an elimination game in the lower bracket tonight.
Yeah, one of these two teams will be going home, and yeah, it's a very interesting one. I mean, 789 kind of open as expected there. It's still using the pocket to full advantage. Here's Dartium in chat just a moment ago. Get ready for his games. There's Hevis already finding the pocket. Kaljami finding Eric Pritz. And this is sort of how I expected to go, especially after watching 789 lose to the underdogs. I mean, we didn't get to see too much of Pastin Panu, but players on that side look all pretty well drilled. Again, though, 789 had some awesome macro.
And they weren't bad at all. They weren't bad at all. They were fun to watch. There was a lot of good signs. I feel off namesake, Pastin Panu would be the side that kind of grips me. That's why I'm excited to see them, especially obviously, like you say, we sort of swerved them in terms of the way the bracket draw works with the games we were covering here. But they should have some firepower. And this will be a good game to get a test of that. Litmus test already looking good, at least, as they are living up to their nationality and finishing them off in lane, taking all the souls. 8k early on the soul lead. Really pushing deep on the lane as well. Taimu. He's just taking control of York and making it awkward for the Infernus. Gets the nice parry off on the tower as well. Oh, mate, you're sat here wondering how on earth you even deal with this. It's getting out of hand on York.
I mean, it's a gigantic trooper wave as well. I'm not sure how he's managed it. And he's just chunking the Guardian. I mean, 3 minutes. Especially with a lot of the changes where you have to stand much further in now to do damage over towards the Guardian. It's just surprising to see it at 3rd HP this early on. So time moving massively oppressive over towards this side. Not much of a Guardian right now, you know, a bit more of a pushover. As Mixed Kassad will find Dynamo. Oh, 12k to 9k. It's not looking great, Jacky. That is a ton of damage as well, dude.
Yeah, dropping bombs on him. Boy, oh boy. This is one of these early games.
Parried, bro. Yeah.
Mate, yeah, you get into it and just suddenly feel like your whole world's coming undone. It's all unraveling pretty quick. Ooh. Dive back at least. Fire in the flames, thrown in the face of Pocket. Oh, they are eating the damage here.
He has to leave. What? It's still going in. It's hurtful. It's hurtful, Jacky. Kelvin and Warden getting closer and closer that way. Big amount of damage. Essence Burst. What was that from Big Goose? That combo's unreal. Dude melted.
Yeah, suddenly it's all coming online. That was a big swing back in the fight.
Yeah.
And mate, it is looking a little bit worrying. These are some deadly synergies already, you can see.
But we got to go.
Panu, slap him with the palm.
Exactly. We got to go back like a little bit just to put context in that last game. This is Pastin Panu. Just kind of demolishing 789 right now. And then it was Deadlock dudes who won out versus Pastin Panu. It really puts into perspective how good the underdogs actually are, considering their lower seeding. And yeah, the underdogs certainly living up to their name. So it's nice. It's nice to see. But yeah, Pastin Panu just. They really are taking the frying pan to the back of 789's head.
You know what they say, Blank? If you can't handle the heat, get out of the frying pan, because you shouldn't pee in there.
Yeah,
It's far too small. It's for food preparation.
it's banned.
Yeah, it'd be
We
silly.
keep saying this. You shouldn't go in it, but you keep doing it.
No, exactly. Get out of there.
It's becoming a problem. We've
You've
told
had to
all your
shut down
friends.
the restaurant.
Yeah.
No one wants to eat there anymore. Yeah, it just can't be done, mate. It just can't be done.
You missed your dad's birthday. You're in the pan. You need help.
I don't really know how you're going to parry this big old pan right now either, because they're just being given so much freedom with it. Effectively uncontested. Taking whatever you want in terms of
Yes.
the objectives, the
No.
kills as well. It's Big Goose that just looks to slap them heavy. And just cycling the eliminations. Everyone's having a piece.
I mean, Maxicore at least gets himself one kill. Well, that's about it. I think it's going to be a pretty quick game. I mean, 10k lead at 6 minutes. I mean, it's not as horrible as some games I've watched before, but yeah, this is not looking great in the long run. Especially playing against Kelvin Lash. Again, we saw the power of that early. Like, the roaming potential between those two characters is sort of unmatched. I do really enjoy the Lash Geist lane, though. Right, that's a really fun lane to watch, purely because Essence Burst into Ground Slam does an ungodly amount of damage in a short amount of time, and confirms that the Essence Burst is going to go through.
It's a bit of a stab in the dark and potentially some scrapping. Dynamo with the 7 creeping up as they get info about Lash going deep. Launches himself over, looking for the execute onto the Infernus. It's a knock up straight into the air. Lash with the grab, pummels him straight back down. Trying to keep the damage on him. Effectively eluded one another, forced to bait out the rejuvenating aura as well to tank him back up. But you don't get what you wanted. Lash slips away into the night, and it's just the burn on the ult.
I enjoyed Tamu just like jumping past the viewport there and love him just one shot into the head of Dynamo. Maxicore not too happy about that, I imagine. Eric Pritz finding ball as well. There's another ball. You can add that one to the tally.
Eric not able to get away there. No smooth moves for the Abrams. Gravity of the situation setting in somewhat. Best you can do is try and catch up as much as possible, and that's all the focus has really been from a majority of 789. You've had 7 consistently on the farming rotation, clearing his triangle. McGuinness as well, just starting to take what you can get. You're just looking to close that gap, elongate the potential chance in the game. Big Goose, though, he's been living up to his name. Big plays, some nice engages, and picking up some pivotal moves for Pastin Panu.
Right now for Pastin Panu, I mean, 45k to 37k, so it's not as crazy it was a few minutes ago at 20k to 30. But I think the damage is done at this point. Right, they have a lot of control over the map. And getting more and more control over towards their jungle. And that's typically when things start to snowball a little bit, when you can start stealing away as much jungle as you'd quite like. Mirage goes top side. And yeah, we're already starting to just counter a lot of that. Resources on the side of 789. Pastin Panu throwing it into their frying pan, cooking it up. Ball finds Skevich. It's getting tough. It's not over yet, though. Not over yet.
There's the professor.
Clear the wave. Get a bit of a reset on the go for Hevis. There's the Finnish team right now in Pastin Panu. Doing a great job of getting this one close towards a potential finishing point if they can just keep pushing with it. Taking space on the map. The entire front wave of Guardians has been smashed down, and they're getting freedom to push on the lanes. Tinky Winky baited out to use the ult. And that's 2 again. No cost back to Pastin Panu either.
Yeah. I think the scary thing is for 789 is that as soon as Pastin Panu did not ban the Infernus, I think they realized, damn, these guys aren't scared of us, because you let Tinky Winky on one of his signature heroes of Infernus. It just didn't matter to them at all. They knew what they wanted to get done here. They had their own game plan. They hit what bans made sense for them in terms of their comp. It's smart stuff. Heavis finds Maxi Core. Dino not allowed to do much work whatsoever. Just hit 10 minutes as well, Jacky. So buffs are up, urns are available.
And that's the crazy one about this as well. Only just coming up to around the 11-minute mark, and it already feels like this game's been live for so long with the amount you've been able to get away with. Fair few extra ability points in the back pockets.
I see McGinnis.
And that factored in with the soul lead, it's going to be the spike that should help them. And Tinky Winky caught again. Infernus being put on ice at every possible play. And your walkers, they're being slapped about as well. They've been waiting to keep on pushing with this. Took the first wave of all of the Guardians relatively early into this game. Now they're starting to stack up the corpses of the walkers as well, with Purple being pushed out. And even Taimu continuing the pain train. That's the delivery onto Maxicore. So no chance for the Dynamo to do anything damaging. 7's also gone, so 13 seconds on the respawns for that one. Lash Deep up close versus Pocket, looking for the engage on them.
Comes back in. Flying strike up towards that top side. Abrams behind, though, taking some nasty shots. And Big Goose will receive the rescue beam for a big heal. And get straight back into it. Balls hit the telekinesis, too. Now chasing on this one.
Running on in and looking to just try and convert that damage instantly onto the Walker. That's going to be Greenwich gone as well. So even further damage in this game. It's going to keep that soul lead swelling at a quicker rate. Give them the flex slots that they've been hungering for, so you can actually convert those souls into raw damage output. And for everyone else over on the side of 789, yeah, suddenly it gets a little bit more real again.
Yeah, 77k to 57k at 12 minutes. That's when we can start to sign off on that will that we drafted up earlier that's covered in goop. It's a tough one. It's a real tough one. And I think at this point in time, they're having to deathball a little bit, R789, to even try and have any presence around the map, which is just opening up several different areas whilst Pastin Panu keep chipping away at these walkers right now. You see Boulevard Lane, that walker is living on life support at the moment.
Yeah, barely hanging on by a thread.
Oh
no.
Just wait till I get it going.
Big Goose has not stopped. All the free food for him. TP in from the Mirage, looking potentially for a bit of a knuckle brawl on this one. Lane's being pushed out in the meantime, with Geisler going to go deep and take down the Walker on blue side. So Broadway's now finished. This is during the clash between both sides, with 789 pulling out slightly further ahead, actually taking some good engagements on this one. Big Goose has been finished. It baits out the ult from the McGinnis, looking to just barrage damage back and slow them down. Flank on the rear. Kelvin repositioning. 3 versus 5 on the head count.
I mean, it's a great ult from Dartian. And you can tell this guy's signature hero is the 7. Finds a really good placement for it. Finds a lot of value off the back of it too. In goes ball. Lots of damage. Pockets in. Afflictions down. Good shoulder charge. Instantly dropping the frozen shelter. Yeah, makes sense. And they can push off the back of that.
Catch Abrams, literally. And they did not miss a beat with lighting him up.
They got the master ball on him.
Yeah, dude. 100% catch rate on that one. And this is a tower defense game gone wrong for 789. There's not
There's
been
no
able
more
to hold
towers.
anything. No, exactly. They've all been smashed in.
Those balloons have been going thick and fast.
Ooh, here we go. Over towards mid, looking to engage. You're taking a ton of damage, and the heavy barrage keeps on spitting, but it's not really enough. Straight down with a knock-up. That's going to be Mirage sending him sky high, and Wraith looking for the confirmation back over onto the rejuve. Meanwhile, Maxicor slapped about. He's sent offline. And Adrena goes down as well. Again, uncontested 3 kills. Revving their engines with Rejuvenator in the back pocket. Prime time to be a fan of the frying pan.
Yeah. I'm gonna start pandering a little bit here as well, because this has been an awesome game. Going through from Pastin Panu. Very clear this squad is so well drilled. Coordination's all there. Every lane realistically won. And I think even just taking that rejuve was sort of... That was the GG bell really being rung.
Yeah, it's the dinner bell for Pastin Panu. And they want to pull the fork out because this one looks like it is done. Amber Patron going to be smashed through its first phase. Anyone that comes out staggered on the respawns as well is going to have a hell of a hard time of staying alive. And you can just focus the damage dump onto the weakened Patron. Finish this one off, and that would be Pastin Panu, the Finnish team, keeping their dream alive in the lower bracket. Taimu and the squad living to fight another day. Unfortunately for 789, of course, fought hard, but suffering a loss in the upper bracket. Blank and just couldn't keep it going here today.
Yeah, I mean, they've got one last good push, and Pastin Panu's aware of it, because you've got the Dynamo Wall on side, you've also got the Storm Cloud coming through too. Concussive combustion, but they are just getting pushed in. Great frozen shelter, leaves them all in place. Taimu's brawling with them.
Exchanging the
no one
damage
there.
back. I mean, you're splitting the attention at least, but they're still being able to find damage onto the Patron where possible. Warden was taking a couple shots at it. Lash does go down, so that's Big Goose. It's been let loose multiple times. Not actually able to assist at this point. Holding back the wave for now. If they want to buy themselves a few seconds of staying alive here, Mirage looks to dip out. Oh, it's the catch. That's actually the grab with the Singularity pulling him in. Big Goose on the revive back in play. Warden popping the ult, trying to shut him down. McGuinness cannot outrun this one. And with a few frags under the belt, they can once again go back to play the basics and pop the Patron, take it down and confirm the game just the way they wanted it.
Yeah, Keljami coming through with the last stand, it was just huge. They looked at shut down Dartian with the Death Slam. There is a good amount of clap back here, but McGuinness is already out of the match, Jacky.
Yeah, but so are they out of the base. They actually do get held back.
It's not over. Come back.
Clutch ult from the 7 puts them into a place where they don't want to overcommit, and you actually get respawns off from it as well. They were right there, fingertips on closing the game, but this is the problem of it. Yeah, someone text the McGuinness and get him back in the game. There we go.
We want to fight, guys. There you go. McGuinness is back. That's a case of calling it too early. McGuinness, we might win.
We're still
actually, it's a prank.
Gonna feel even worse when you DC the second time. Straight back out though. Big burst of damage being thrown out, looking for the quick heal. Abrams taking a big boatload of it. There's the wall. Frozen shelter to separate them. Giving that free sustain back. Pastin Panu staying alive and thriving inside the base this time. And this is all they're looking for. Thin the herd enough that they can go and focus on the Patron and close the game. Should be the last few seconds of it now. And finally confirm that is going to be the Finnish squad locking it down here.
So I'll be heading on through to losers round 4. It'll be Killing Spree versus Pastin Panu. But yeah, overall, genuinely a good game. And I think for Heavis, more than anything, probably the guy that I was most impressed with, because I do think you need to be really quite on the money there, Jacky, as a Kelvin. And it really does set good Kelvins apart from bad Kelvins, ones that are able to sustain really well.
That's true. That's true. Well, someone that's always been good at separating good Kelvins from bad Kelvins. It's damp. We're back on the desk here. Another game under the belt, guys. Lower brackets for round there, wrapped up.
Yeah, the Finns finish off their first few games in the lower bracket. Pretty cool, pretty cool. And also, I was surprised that the Frying Pan lads were even in the lower bracket to begin with. So it wasn't going to be a surprise that they came out this strong. But you know what? It was a good game. I'm happy with that one. What about you guys?
I really enjoyed that. I think that's fun to see. Obviously, Pastin Panu looks super drilled. A lot of known quantity. There's names on there that you'll be very familiar with, even if you're sort of still coming into the scene a little bit. And they were fun to watch. Good synergy. You can see the comms are drilled. It looks like the communication's super smooth. It's one of the things you notice as well. It's kind of a tidbit and adjacent point, because at the minute it feels like some guys are really ahead with comms. Some people really aren't in the same space right now. But a lot of the teams we see in Deadlock that are kind of up there are mixed nationalities and sort of different languages, with everyone talking English. Again, here you have the opportunity where this is a full Finnish roster. So it's just kind of cool. You don't see that many full national teams at the minute. And this is one of them that obviously looks super impressive. So shout out Time and the boys coming out rolling on that one.
Yeah, I expect a lot more from them coming out as well. We'll follow along with their action. But you're absolutely right. I think a lot of the part in succeeding in competitive play is being able to communicate effectively with your teammates. It's a pillar of one of those foundations of what you need in order to be a successful team. And yeah, definitely, they're all Finns. They probably have a good communication line down, and I expect them to be more effective than other teams who might not have that communication fully fleshed out yet. But yeah, I think as we age more into the game as well, the competitive scene as well, the communications will be start looking more solid, and we're gonna have some more of those techniques coming out in competitive play. But for now, I think they are ahead of the curve with that stuff. You're absolutely right, Jacky. What do you think about that, Blank?
Yeah, I honestly, for Pastin Panu, it does help, being all the same nationality over there, especially in teamwork wise. And to be honest, I think this game is, it lives and dies by teamwork. So Pastin Panu, sometimes just having a group of very good players who seem all pretty friendly with one another as well, that can add so much to your gameplay, because they were quick to areas of the map where I think 789 weren't quite expecting to be. Not only that, I mean, they just won every single one of their lanes early. It's really hard to do anything about that. And Deadlock is one of those games where if you lose every lane, there is a bit of a change up recently where, if you only have to take 3 Guardians per flex slot, and that does sort of save you when you have a case of 1 lane loses or 2 lanes loses. You can still bring it back, but I still think you have that case where if every lane loses, the game's just going to snowball out of control.
Yeah, and Deadlock is in itself a team sport, honestly. Like, there's a lot of games where it's a team sport, but I think in Deadlock it's especially important to not only have individual performances. I think the overall synergy of the team matters way more. And on the competitive level, that's what's going to make or break your team. You can be the best, but if you don't have a good team supporting you, I think Deadlock support is one of the most important supports there is, and there's a reason for that. So yeah, you have to play as a team, as a well-oiled machine. What do we have next on the bracket, Jacky? Can you give us the lowdown?
We've got match 25 coming up, so we'll be covering Killing Spree versus Pastin Panu.
Lovely. So the same team, Taimu's team that we just saw versus Killing Spree, which is a mixed bag, looks like.
Yeah, I think this might be a bit of a quick game as well, honestly, versus Killing Spree. For Killing Spree's run, they went against Pudov, and I don't think Pudov was all that crazy. Then they went against Deadlock Demons, again, another team. I don't recognize too many of them. I don't think Deadlock Demons are bad by any stretch of the word.
No.
But yeah, I think Pastin Panu, I don't know.
They're just a winning team.
We'll see.
They're just in a different league, I feel like. So yeah.
It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting.
It will be interesting.
I think so. I'm curious to see how this goes. I think all in all, gut kind of telling me at the minute it should be a similar kind of affair to what we saw in our previous lower bracket game. It is obviously the nature of lower bracket, right? It can be a bit of a gauntlet at that point where you do have some teams that if they've fallen short, you're basically going to play out of your mind because you got to. And there's a lot on line. There's a bit of bragging rights as well, isn't it? Because obviously it's the first EU tournament for Deadlock Core. So
$510 on the line as well.
Exactly, convert that into your euros and put it in your pipe and smoke it. And that's what the Finns will be doing if they win this one. But yeah, again, like Killing Spree, right? Like you say, in terms of the seeding, not really that far ahead. You got to show up again on this one. Game below that as well, that's going to be the underdogs taking on My Dong. which
Yeah,
is quite fun.
I wish I got to cast my dong. I just wanted to say that my dong is so big right now.
Wait, do we
in the
not get to
game.
do that game? That's so
No.
sad.
My dong. No dong
Oh
today.
Yeah,
no.
we
Dong
don't get
denied.
to get to take a look at my dong, unfortunately. Or
We've been
fortunately,
following
depending
the
how you look at
underdogs
it.
the whole way through. I would have loved
The
to see them.
underdogs.
The underdogs.
The dawn of the dongs. In the underdog
God,
bracket.
it always comes back to dongs. I'm so like, why does it?
Deadlock, a game of dongs and balls.
Really is at the end of the day.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
really is. It really is. Having a quick look as well at like what's cooking in the upper bracket for tomorrow. So upper bracket as well. There you get a pretty nice head-to-head. That's going to be Buff Enjoyers taking on Deadlock Dudes. That one actually should be pretty sick as well.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that should be pretty good actually. McLovin versus Buff Enjoyers would be okay.
There you go, Donglock.
Yeah.
Good job.
Donlock is
It
a good,
only-
a strong one.
I agree. It was only until recently that people actually started using the right logo for the game on their thumbnails and stuff as well.
The one that got circulated around.
Oh yeah.
That's funny.
Oh yeah, Dead Cocker Spaniel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that one.
It was a good meme.
It was a strong move.
It was. I think last game of the night here, guys. Right? Last game of the bracket
Yeah, this
for
should
today.
be it.
Yep.
Is it ready, by the way, or are we still waiting around? Because we could just throw it to a break and come back when we are ready with the last match.
We can come back with a break. I have the draft here. Draft's going to be starting soon, so that could be anywhere between 5 to 10 minutes from now.
Cool. Yeah.
But I imagine sooner rather than later. And then
All right.
Mr. ZGL, who has been alongside us this whole time, observing the matches, he'll let us know when the games are ready to go, and then we'll jump in.
Perfect. So we're going to throw it to a quick break. Don't go anywhere as we get into the last match of the day of Deadlock Core Masters Tournament number 3. EU. Bye. Welcome back, everyone, to Dead Air's coverage of the Deadlock Core Tournament number 3. We are here with the last match of the game we're going to get into shortly. So, guys, it's going to be Pasta in the Pan versus... who is it against, actually?
First
Killing spree.
Killing spree.
There you go, killing spree.
There we
The
go.
best part about
Wow,
this-
we're professional.
Yeah.
Killing spree.
All right, guys, I'll let you get into the game as it should be on the way shortly. So go ahead and take us through the action for the last match of the day.
Yeah, this should be fun. Last game here, damn, but this is the one we're wrapping it up with. And then tomorrow, there's even more, of course.
Oh.
It is BO1s the whole way
Oh.
through for anyone that's hanging out for now.
Oh,
Before,
how
'cause I know
lovely.
some people are going to scurry away when the game ends. But yeah, it's obviously BO1s the whole way through. We're back tomorrow. We've got more BO1s then. Finals are BO3. And this should be a tasty way to close the stream down for the
Yeah.
night.
This should be a fun match against a formidable opponent, and one that it could be a mixed bag, could be interesting. So I'm excited to see where this goes as soon as it's ready, and we will take you in. But Blink, do you have any predictions, I guess?
I think I was mentioning it beforehand, but yeah, I think it's going to be Pastin Panu, who's absolutely just going to take it away on this game. But Killing Spree could surprise me, and I hope they do. I hope they do.
Perfect. Jacky, any thoughts before we get into it?
I'm a big up the Finnish boys and think the Pastin Panu are going to take this
Pasta
one,
in
but
the
we'll
pan.
see. Killing Spree have a cool name. Let's see what they can do as we're in game. Let's check out if they can make some plays.
Fair enough. To everyone watching, thank you so much for sticking around and supporting the Dead Air stream as we cover the Deadlock Core Tournament number 3. This is the last match of the day with Pastin Panu and Killing Spree. Jacky, Blink, take it away.
Oh, hell yeah. All right, strap in. Let's have some fun with this one. Then we got a bit of a different flavor in terms of the draft. There's some fun picks to work with. Bebop out in the server on force, roaming around New York streets. Blank, he's looking shifty.
He is. Obviously, we got Kaljami on side, Killing Spree, rocking the Bebop. Could be fun to see, but it's Abrams, Infernus, Paradox, Mirage. Taimu's loving his Mirage recently. Fair play to him. Vintress in chat saying this is going to be a 10-minute game. I would be an idiot to argue with you, I reckon.
Well, that's the thing about 10 minutes. It's 10 60-second minutes. Within those, you have opportunities to do things. That's how time operates. So let's see what sort of a time we're going to be having here. Early on in lane, it's relatively punishing for Killing Spree. Hooked back in. Blocks good, though. Ooh, slapped to the face with a book. And the double parry. Oh, mate. You slippery sod. He tries his luck for the finisher, but can't get it. Wow. Mate, that one had me on the edge of the seat, but it's a bitter pill to swallow for Pastin Panu.
It is. I mean, that is frustrating to deal with. I mean, Pastin Panu, man. Kaljami almost made that look like the craziest comeback in the lane ever. Yeah, you can already see potentially what some might call a skill difference.
I was kind of sick, not going to lie.
Yeah.
That's what you wanted to see. That's what you paid the money for, to come into the virtual Deadlock Core arena through the front door. You picked up your popcorn, and there's parry plays going on. Already quite deep. Taimu as well, headhunting.
Yeah, like I said earlier, Mirage is such a bully in lane. It's difficult to deal with a lot of times, especially with the Jin's mark. It's just constant harassments. Headshots do a lot of damage. And unlike other characters, this might be a weird thing to say, but, you know, bullet size feels pretty big on Mirage, where you get a lot of forgiveness where you're shooting.
He's got those magnum bullets.
Yeah. Monster rounds.
Yeah, big.
Large.
Ironically, he does remind me a lot of Wraith, but just with a very different sort of shooting style, like with how he plays. That's why he's quite fun, especially if you've got good aim for it. Another fun hero for that. Another bit of How's Your Father going down in the blue lane, though. You know, dive in, see if you can get the damage out. Good lane, buddy. Kelvin with the heals. Buffing up Bebop, putting the fresh oil back on him. And just continuing to push with this one. First 3 minutes, kind of spicy. There's been a few scraps. You can see there's certainly a bit of a battle for confidence in the lane.
There's some good hooks coming through at the moment. I'm not going to lie to you. Shoulder charge comes through. It's a bit of damage. Kelvin, I think he should go down. Yeah, Jammy will pick that one up. Lovely stuff. But yeah, the hooks have been pretty damn good. But again, you are hooking in a pocket as well as an Abrams. Not ideal heroes to get too close to you.
Dot damage galore, of course, in Furnace. Bringing the burn to Lash.
Yeah, early. Tough time. I mean, early healing, right? Makes sense.
Yeah. It's got to be done. Got to be done. Mirage hits 3k though, so the ult's unlocked. Quick TP to play with in case there's ever an opportunity to strike. So we'll see what bang for your buck, what sort of mileage he'll actually get out of his ult over the course of this one. It's always fun to watch. Kinetic carbine shot whizzes by. Free haircut for Kelvin, but no actual tag.
Yeah, taking off a bit of the ginger mantle. Instantly goes for the barrier underneath tower, try to bait out the melee onto the troopers. Another bebop hook, but past him Panu starting to understand it. A jump into the shoulder charge, giving him extra momentum. That's cruel. Forced to drop down the frozen shelter, but Bebop's already halfway back to base.
He's gone. You're going to miss him when he's gone. And he's gone. Soul's being confirmed again. Keeping the battle going in the lane. Ooh, nice shot. If you want to commit off the back of it, though, you're going to have to do it through freezing temperatures. And Calvin just giving them a bit of a spooking so they don't overly dive on it. Early on, 22 to 19k being the split. Good bit of poke. Fairly exciting matchup here. Killing Spree holding their own. Past him Panu. Getting baited into some interesting melee fights as well. I'm liking the use of the parries, Blank. It's good. It's good to watch. It's a nice spectator sport.
Yeah, it's aggro, right? I think that's the way I describe it. It's proper aggro in this game. And I think that for Past and Panu, they made some, I won't call them questionable plays, but they made some extremely aggressive plays early to try and get a massive lead ahead. Paradoxical swap over towards the Wraith, tries to pull off something special. Liable to quite find it, but Kelvin as well as the Bebop are in lane, and Timey will take the safe route back around, picks up some of the golden statues, some of those extra buffs. I am was curious of Mirage builds early. Restorative shot, kinetic dash, mystic shot, as well as ammo scav. Oh my, it does make you very squishy though. It's interesting, no headshot booster early on the Mirage. I'll give it a go, Timer. He cooks up some good stuff.
Yeah, he's good with the flavors. Knows how to mix in the paprika. Nice little bit of spice. Krillius taking damage. So past him Panu. Not having the worst go of it. Freedom to farm as well. Made the most and start to build into the game here. There's the quick stun and the engage from the Mirage. Abrams comes over to assist and, well, it gets a bit messy, doesn't it? Taimu taking that one, so Mirage getting the opener.
The Project Mind, yeah. I'm not entirely sure what that was all about. Seemed a bit interesting to me. Maybe she didn't know the Abrams was there. That's the only thing I can think of. Tried to get off an early telekinesis over towards Timer. I mean, he is built very squishy, so it does make some sense.
Nothing sensible on the streets, mate. It's just the street smarts. Some crazy plays. Certainly giving us something exciting towards the end of the night here. Lower brackets, scrap. I mean, fair play. Fight for survival. Lose this. And it is over. We'll be coming back tomorrow to potentially get closer towards that BO3 final.
Fleet foot as well as healing right. You are sprinting fast with that.
He's got size 11s, blank.
Yeah, you're going speedy. It's good. It's really, really good to see. I mean, you don't see it too often. Using the healing right alongside with that. I mean, a lot of times that healing right's going to get changed into something else later game, but if you're Kelvin, being able to use healing right into the ice path does give you a ton of extra speed early on. Nice swap over towards... Oh, he's given up. He realizes it's over. As soon as you get swapped, you're like, well, I'm dead.
Yeah. The one-stop swap. Once you swap, you can never stop. Being the catchphrase, of course. Classic. Shout it out every time. Oh no, dear. Finally, Lane's starting to really reap what they've been sowing over the course of the early phase. Get your first objective on the board. Ooh, Kelvin on the knock-up. Pops the frozen shelter, looking to stay alive. Deep dive again. Investment onto it, an opportunity to freely just sledgehammer your way through the Guardian.
Yeah, I think for Taimu, again, pickoffs with Tornado is pretty strong. Find them all over the place. But I think the main thing to look at here for Pastin Painu, it is just the control they have. I mean, most of the time you are seeing backoffs here. Good timing on the buffs as well. I'm usually standing over both greats here, so they will pick up both the survival. I'm not sure what the other buff was on the other side of the map, but I'm sure we'll find out soon enough as we pan on over to maybe the Infernus. Another Bebop hook. I don't think we've seen a Bebop hook go through since maybe the first 3.
Yeah, it was clean at the start, but I suppose it's worn off a little bit.
That is unfortunate on the buffs, bro. Survival and movement. That is a weak sauce. Thanks, Deadlock.
Oh, goodness gracious. Great balls of fire. That's Lash getting burnt into a puff of smoke on York, and Guardian's going to be going down with it. So Lane's starting to burn. It's getting a bit more problematic. Quick on the rotates, though. Chase down. Kelvin looking to say hello. Near miss with a charge shot on the getaway. Paradox barely breathing. It just slips round the corner. Don't want to give anything else over for free.
Yeah, honestly, right now, Pastin Pan is just taking great advantage of both Mirage Ult, Concussive Combustion, as well as Paradoxical Swap, and they're just feeding themselves off the back of those 2 ults, right? It's smart. It's a smart move. Abrams is consistently getting some good ganks off, and it's surprising because that guy is usually not that hard to miss, the big muscular blue fellow in lane. But there's one of the time move. It did require 4 players, but he is down.
Ooh. Went for it. Predictive hook on the pull, but no payoff. Meanwhile, been an awful lot of scrapping going on. And we join the action now with a bit of a takedown cleanup crew maneuver with guys putting bullets down and removing at least Rafe. Trade back. 2-player disadvantage to work with. Frozen Shelter's going to be used. He's looking for the reposition. Oh, Feet ain't too happy about that one. His shoes were not on properly.
I got a flat tire on both of them. Laces undone. And again, I think for Ball there, the dash inwards to the Frozen Shelter was a move and a half. And especially the fact that you just build up afterburn inside the Frozen Shelter. I mean, the fire rate reduction doesn't really bother you too much there. Yeah, Ball's just going to get ahead. 10k now. 13k over on Kaljami. On the Abrams. We've got a real force to be reckoned with in that front line. True tank. He's got the move. He's got the techers.
Oh, yeah, bud. It's that Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Ooh. King of the Underground on the rotate out here, though. Krill just burrowing to safety.
Not gonna lie, I actually really respect the Warpstone pickup onto the Abrams. We've seen him actually make some cool plays. He's really hard to get away from. with that warp stone. Gets himself into interesting situations. Does he survive this? He does. Gets the spirit lifesteal on the back of it on the ult as well, which keeps him a little bit more healthy. No pick off the back of it other than the Moe and Krill, but at least sees himself alive. With 200 HP, it did look pretty dire. But yeah, I do like the warp stone because you warp stone in front of people, then charge backwards. I mean, it takes a little bit of finesse, but you can make it happen.
Yeah, no, he's clean. He's got it down. There's been some slick maneuvers. It's a buttery Abrams, and at the end of the day, that's what you want. You want the dry Abrams in the building.
Nobody wants anything like that.
He might be going in dry, mate. Bold commit on it. Ooh, I'll have a slice of your life. Steal on that into the wall. The old switcheroony, and suddenly it becomes all too clear that Pastin Panu are pushing deep on this one. We'll be having that Walker, thank you very much.
Yeah, I think the Mike is... you're struggling there if you're the Wraith. Telekinesis, I think that he just wanted to get out as many cards as possible, but didn't realize just how tanky this Geist was. Still a little bit too close as well, and the Soul Exchange comes through. Easy peasy with the Malice as well to take down a quick Walker. Yeah, and we're getting to that point in the game where Pastin Panu, they just feel so comfortable just to start pushing. Death time is getting long enough where you can just force the issue a lot of times. That all the walkers gone? Oh my days.
Everything's burning down. Everything is burning down.
I think they've got one left. Am I right saying that? Yeah, they're not. I thought they were missing a third flex slot there for a second, but they're not. Just a little UI bug. That's painful though.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it sums it up really, doesn't it? At this point, you're back to the drawing board, which is see how much farm you can accrue in a short space of time.
You need it. I mean, all that global gold went off. I mean, 3 walkers fell in the space of 30 seconds. You're talking upwards of 3.5k gold souls from each. I mean, that extended the lead quickly from like around about a 10k to now plus 30k on the side of Pastin Panu. This is where things start to get finished off, realistically, for Killing Spree. And they've had a good run in this tournament. They have certainly had a good run. But I think that run is slowly coming towards an end.
It very well might be. At the minute, though, it's Mirage and Taimu that's taking them to their end. In lane, causing problems. Saved by the belt. Pulled back out straight into Wraith's hands, though. And it's the damage back. Bebop hitting them. Ooh, Great Talon looks to try and get stuck in, too. But you're just taking so much damage. The consistent attempt to get away results in another man down. And Big Goose finally falls. His pocket's taken out. It's all getting messy. Blood on the streets of New York. And with 2 on either side, you've got to call it quits.
Yeah, I did enjoy that Taimu just wasn't allowed to play the game for a good 10 seconds there. Telekinesis, hook, uppercut, stun. Goodness me, they were keen to get rid of him. But a hunt down onto another player here. Through the underground, Bebop gets caught up position and a big bag passed over as well. Man, that's troll.
Bounty claimed. And a lot to play with. Right then, mate. I mean, let's see what we've got left in store. Any twists in the tail on this one?
I see pocket.
Pocket around, causing a few issues now and then. Little bits of damage being peppered out. Moe and Krill on the engage. Wanted to leap in, but the same can be said about him. Dive back from Abrams on the back line. Low on health. Burrow's not going to save you here, as Geist will drain him. And that Krill's gone.
Another bag passed over. This is the sad thing. Every little bit of farm they've been trying to get out from the jungle just keeps going back the way it passed in Panu. Frozen Shelter does more harm than good. And puts the Talon into a frosty situation.
Ooh, it's a cold day out there. And this is what happens, really. Taimu online as Mirage. Gonna come and shoot your towers in the face, and it baits the attention off the respawn as well, so they double up to put focus on him. Mid-boss goes freely, and Taimu just wastes time on the getaway. He's tapping his stopwatch.
Right, Eli's aren't getting there in time. I'm sorry to say it. Rejuve up, and time moves straight back in. In and out, but can't quite decide. Shots over towards Krill. He has to get back, help the rest of his teammates, but you are denying the combo from making a getaway into the engagement. And that's lashed down. And I think that, you know, this could easily be a finish now at 19 minutes for Pastin Panu. Ooh, a hook though. That was awesome.
Huge shoulder on that man. He's bloody broad and hits heavy. Abrams with the cleanup. Taimu on the assists as well. Shrine's going down. Half the team on their last legs. And the patron eating it straight to the face. The damage is being dumped, and Pastin Panu is setting their focus on the victory.
Yeah, you're at that stage of the game where Pastin Panu is actually so far ahead in terms of souls that the scaling from the objectives hasn't quite caught up to him yet. So they are just pummeling through objectives. We're going to weaken side of things here. Just sits up top. Is he actually going to get him underneath? No, not quite. Galjami's back out again. There is a desperate death slam, but that's all it is.
Desperation. But it seems like it's destiny that Pastin Panu will be able to put the final piece in play on this one. Bit of a slice back killing spree. Attempt to live up to their namesake, but it's not enough. And with the Rejuve securing it, the Finns do it again and close down the night with a nice run in the lower bracket.
Killing spree certainly had a spree, but it's out the fire into the frying pan, and they were taking no prisoners on this one. 152k to 102k at a 20-minute game. Certainly a good game indeed, and Pastin Panu shows exactly why they should remain inside of this tournament for our final match of the day here, the Deadlock Core.
Wow, I mean, they just kind of ran away with it, didn't they? So yeah, that was the last match of the day, as you just said, of the Deadlock Core tournament number 3. And that's it from us tonight. We're gonna have a little closing segment, but otherwise, come back tomorrow, I think at 5 p.m. Is that right, Jacky? CET?
Confirmation needed, citation needed on that one. We'll
Citation
double check
needed.
the start times.
Don't quote me on that. But
yeah,
5 p.m. CET, as of right now, in your calendars, mark it and be here tomorrow for more games and to finalize this EU tournament. Guys, this has been a blast, and I'm so glad that we were along for the ride in the best of EU. What do you guys make of that? Do you have any last words before we close it out for the day? How about you, Blank? We'll start with you.
We'll see if Buff Enjoyers can continue on their streak here, because I think that they've certainly been bringing things back to the fold, and they realize that they need to screw up a little bit, and they certainly have, you know, coming off the back of a recent tournament already, taking themselves first place. So well done to them. But Pastin Panu certainly proved that they remain within this tournament for as long as possible. I hope they do. Very, very fun Finnish squad to watch so far. And the underdogs, my commiserations, guys. Well done. Well done.
And Jacky, who are you most looking forward to seeing tomorrow in tomorrow's tournament?
I think it would just be cool to sort of carry on a lot of the storylines we were getting from this one. See how far Taimu and the guys on Pastin Panu can take it now. That's very cool to see. It was a fun story developing there. I'm going to have a quick look at the bracket, actually, for just a sec.
Oh, fun.
Because, yeah, all right. I did wonder how the underdogs were doing, but they lost to My Dong. So
Oh,
they,
not fun.
yeah, ding dong, they're dead, unfortunately. But shout out to the underdogs, like you said, Blank. They had us on the edge of our seats
They
for a couple of
played
moments.
hard.
Crow was giving it some nice steals and rejuvenators, some
I
unexpected
enjoyed
plays.
the narrative. It was good. It was good.
Yeah, they were
Yeah.
fun. They were fun, so it's a shame to them. Commiserations, but they had a good run as well.
Yeah.
Like, you've done well coming in, swinging, absolutely windmilling through the bracket as best they could. Yeah, lower bracket is going to be spicy, right? Pastin Panu versus My Dong, so My Dong continues to survive
Yeah.
the bracket.
That's it.
Yeah, it's doing
Yeah.
well. It's doing well.
We'll see the return of the Dong tomorrow, so I'm excited for that.
Oh, that'll be good.
Yeah.
That's fun. We'll
And
be
then-
able to see what they were up against.
Upper bracket wise, that's Buff Enjoyers versus the Deadlock Dudes. So we'll see if the dudes are cool enough to take that one down, get a bit of an upset win, or if the big Buff Enjoyers are tough enough once again.
Before
the
we
10-minute
go,
guys, yeah.
I do want to ask, what kind of pasta do you think the finished two would actually be? I don't want to try to pronounce their name. I'm just gonna say pasta in the pan. What kind of pasta do you think they'd be? Like as a whole, what kind of pasta? I'm thinking like a lasagna of some sort, like a well-seasoned, layered lasagna. I think they're a nice whole dish of pasta.
I feel like they're light, but they hit. So you'd want something kind of flavorful, quite garlicky, but not too much.
Ooh,
sort of
okay.
light spirals of
Subtle.
pasta. It's an edible dish. It's not
Like
overpowering,
a mac and cheese.
but it does its job well. And you're like, damn, that looks good.
Nice. Blank.
Yeah. An aiolio. Yeah, let's give it that.
Yaleo.
Strong pasta.
Well, yeah.
Good
What you
stuff.
said?
Whatever you just said.
Aiolio. Yeah.
Aiolio.
so it's like a garlic pasta.
Is that like Oreo pasta?
You talking Dutch to me?
Oh, it's real pasta. You asked me about the pasta.
Oi,
I'll
oi.
just tell you what pasta they're going to be. Yeah, aiolio.
Okay.
All right, everyone.
Well, there you go. Aiolio.
Aiolio.
Be Aiolio.
Olio. Yeah, that was Deadlock Horror Tournament number 3 from us, day 1. Fun.
Yeah.
Come back for day 2 tomorrow here at Deadlock Air on Twitch or YouTube, whichever one you prefer. I have been your host, Daisy Damp Powers. I have been joined by Jacky and Blank as your casters and analysts. And we'll see you tomorrow.